Good morning, Bomutambi.
Ndi machoroni zoleka ndi machoroni novohani
Mvua zwabudi ndolewa ngamanda.
nanendo takara man takara ngamanda man. Lovely. Zoleka,
Yes, ma'am.
our alternate member, Honorable Nkosi, she's in a meeting in Public Works today. She won't attend.
Yes, thank you very much. She did she did send a
Public Works,
message.
Public
Yes, thank
Works
you very much, ma'am.
Committee.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right.
Sure.
Thank you.
And how's my chair doing? Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, good morning. How are you?
We are cool, thanks. And you?
Super fine.
Awesome. Would like to hear that.
Great.
Honorable
Good morning.
Makato, how's
Honorable Makato.
Good morning, Chairperson and Whip. How are you?
We are all good. It's so good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fiona Dumela.
Good morning, Ma'am Mutambe. How are you?
All good. We're all good.
That's great.
Ma'am Mutambi. Ma'am Mutambi.
Good morning.
I see it's Zoleka. I see you are happy today attending the meeting from the comfort of your home.
It's a nice thing to do that. Then you can quickly grab a cup of coffee.
Yes, that is true.
Yes.
Good morning, colleagues. Are we alive, all of us here? I just see everyone quiet.
Yes, we were well and alive. Good morning.
We're waiting for
Morning.
you. We're waiting for
Aye.
you.
Aye, Mfuke.
Ikona
Absheni.
minjani emchaviseki?
Makwao.
Minjani?
Mfukele mjani.
Hayi ngobona.
Aye. Ni vona kuyo win ukumjani ongena ka wrong group.
nashavita kwalani bakayena.
Aye. Okay.
Can we see your face?
See his face.
Makwao, you miss me.
Yes, we want to see you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now we are happy.
Aye. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairperson,
This driving of MKP colleagues, why are you all driving?
I'm not driving. I'm sitting in the car.
Good morning, Zoleka. Are we a quorum? Can we start?
yes,
Good
Chairperson, we
morning.
can.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, all guests. Welcome to today's meeting. We will today deal with the Department Sports, Arts and Culture on the 2024 and 2025 fourth and 2025 and 2026 first quarter performance report. Members will have opportunities to deliberate, make comments, ask questions for clarity, and then we will close this meeting. The agenda in front of us, honorable members, are as follows: is the welcoming, introduction and apologies, and the adoption of the draft agenda. I will ask when I request the department to introduce themselves for Dr. Kumalo just to introduce herself and the rest of the department simultaneously. Members will then have an opportunity later on, while most, if not all of them, are well known to the department and to the broader public. So the agenda will then be as follows, honorable members. Welcoming, introduction, apologies, and the adoption of this agenda. The presentation by the department for these two respective years, fourth and the first quarter. Deliberations and closing remarks. May I request if there's any proposal and a seconder in order for us to accept the agenda as it is in front of us here today. Honorable,
Accept Chief Chair Kobania.
thank you, Honorable Kobani. Honorable, is that Molatani? Please unmute.
Chairperson, good morning. I will support the proposed agenda.
Thank you so much. May I request from the PC Secretary whether there's any apologies received?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee, to Mr. Minister, Madam Deputy Minister, and colleagues on the platform. We have an apology from Mr. Daniels, who will not be able to join the meeting due to unforeseen circumstances. We also have an apology from Ms. Mtunu and Ms. Nkosi, who are both attending other meetings. And Mr. Minister has requested to leave the meeting at 10 to 11 because he's attending a cabinet committee meeting at 11. Those are all the apologies, Chair. Thank you very much.
Oh, great. I'm happy the minister is present. I thought that it's morning hours where the minister finds himself. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm a
Yeah,
morning
bring
person,
us
Chair.
bring us some luck this weekend, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I hope so too.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I am not going to spend much time due to the fact that we have received these reports, and I'm not going to give much time to the department, but I'm going to have my opening remarks on this important meeting pertaining to the department's performance, also to indicators, as well as to planning. We are all aware today, honorable members, that we are going to discuss the fourth quarter performance and also the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. I want to draw the attention to members of Parliament that the financial implications and the governing trends pertaining to these plannings will have a lot of influence on sports, the development, and numerous other things relating to sports. Now, what I have seen in some of the performance indicators, yes, obviously targets are being set, but I also want to stress as the chairperson that it also seems that in some cases, indicators and reports have been shifted outside the framework of the previous financial year. So it is very difficult. I used to say if it's not measured, it never happened. But it also seems that people are focused on reporting rather than planning. So it is important for us to discuss these adjustments, how these adjustments has been made, and also with the particular concern that some of these adjustments are being made without the consultation of approval of the portfolio committee. A case in point is the questions around mid-year adjustments. We should receive some of these things during the mid-year adjustment. This includes the targets, and that does also include, an oversight from the committee as far as the targets is concerned. We cannot accept that we engage in unilateral changes which undermine the accountability lack of this important developments between the department and the portfolio committee. It raised concerns where funds are being allocated and whether this, funds that has been utilized, we need to know what kind of reason, of what has influenced such decisions, whether it is interference, whether it is negligence. Safe to say, I don't want to use the word incompetence. Minister, about 2 weeks ago at the Sports Awards, you have made that announcement that the video assistant referee system is coming, and it's also describing it as a FIFA requirement. You know how this committee feel about this, Minister. And we also acknowledge that the FIFA encouraged us to use the VAR, but it's also important to note that it cannot be imposed on us as a committee or as a department, because at the end of the day, what makes it very difficult is to justify why a VAR system has been elevated to a program of national priority, while we are struggling on other spheres when it comes to some of the federations. A great concern also, Minister, is the fact that an announcement has been made by the department of 80 million rand of the VAR. As the committee, we are left uncertain about it. I've never responded on this because this program and allocations falls under a detailed implementation program, which I believe that we as a committee should have at least have some input in this. But also, as previously stated, the sudden change in the stance raises concern around a number of things: accountability, transparency, and also a policy consistency and fiscal prudence. I'm saying fiscal prudence, Minister, because the fact that we have experienced austerity measures in our finances and also allocations. So the lack of communication on this particular project, is of great concern to us as a committee. We want to place on record our deep concern concerning also on the handling of the federations, and despite the Treasury approval of the budget. And I must say, it was so premature for the department. I have seen so many letters signed by Dr. Kumalo, where some of these federations has been communicated with pertaining to their allocation and the cutting of their allocation, with us not even have enacted the procedure in terms of Treasury. We have, and if you look at the letters and the dates of the letters, it was really immature to send these letters to the various departments without the approval of both Treasury and Parliament as well. Following this, the department continued to write to federations. We will meet, we have notified them, and we will also, find a way on how this grant reduction has happened under the guise of a particular funding model being developed by the department. So we need some clarity on that as well. Many of these federations who are instrumental to grassroots development that plays a critical role in nurturing young talent are yet to receive their allocations. We hope to get a broader understanding in this particular meeting of the new funding model, as a significant 80 million rand has been channeled into the VAR project. If indeed the rationale is the introduction of a new funding model, then as an oversight body, we expected nothing less than a consistent and transparent and fair application of this model across all federations. This must include less resourced organizations such as Orienteering and the Gary Kirsten Foundation, who are equally vital to the sporting ecosystem. Anything less, honorable members, risk and undermine grassroots sport in this particular case. Honorable members, we are also mandated to ensure transparency, to ensure accountability, and the equitable allocation of resources. The department's reluctance to provide clear information on funding allocation has generated unhappiness among federations and also risk which undermining the credibility of the sector. I would like members to interrogate and also to insist that we get answers today. And also, I want to appeal to the department that we work closer to one another as far as this development is concerned, in order to ensure fairness and transparency in sports pertaining to this funding. Honorable members, with that said, I will invite the Minister to give us a very short introduction or briefing, following by the Dr. Kumalo, the DG, who will then, on behalf of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, present their presentation. The Honorable Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the DM. Good morning to the members. Chair, just to be clear, do you want me to answer on what you just said now or just greet? I just want to have clarity.
It should be fair to give you an opportunity to respond to some of these things, as there is, and you are aware of, there's uncertainty among members on this issue. And it also related direct to what we are going to discuss here today.
All right, I'll touch on both issues that you've touched on, Honorable Chair. I think let me start with the issue of the federations and funding, and then I'll move over to VAR. Chair, any person that has been following sports very closely knows that we have a problem. The problem that we're having in this country is that we are funding for 30 years federations that don't have officers. We are funding federations that don't have a website. We are funding federations that has no other or make no other means to raise money other than state money. State money is never enough to run a federation. Then you have very good federations that they get funding, they go out, they look for funding, they have an address. When you look for them, you know where to find them and how to find them. And so we have taken the post chairs, the department, to say, let's help them to fix this, because the bad federations get lumped together with the good federations. And it is very negative for the good federations because of the bad name of some of the federations. Yourself, Honorable Chair, you've had examples here of federations that uses the credit card improperly. You've had examples here of federations that leave the athletes and they would pay. I mean, I took over where super fans were prioritized before athletes. That cannot be. So to answer you, and I'll make you an example with two federations. We have cut the money of all federations in wrestling. But we told the federations, we will meet with you. We will meet with you and help you and hold your hand and help you to meet sponsors, help you to mitigate the risk that you are facing, making sure the money goes there. Now, wrestling is an example of a federation that we've also cut. But if you see, after we met with wrestling, after we've listened to the problems, after we got together, the money that we would have given them and what we are giving them now is more than what we have given them, because we have come to realize that the demands are not pie in the sky. We've come to help them. So wrestling at the moment is getting more than what they would originally have gotten. Gymnastics, for instance. Gymnastics is one of the best run federations in the country. We met with gymnastics, we met with tennis SA. So I'm meeting with these federations. I think we've met with 15 of them already, with another 15 this week and next week. So, Chair, let me just end on that note as far as that's concerned. We can't have business as usual. Things can't go on the way they've been. We just give money as the state and we hope for the best. We can't have that. So what we're doing now, we are not punishing no one. We are holding the hand, we are getting involved. The president of Tennis SA, for instance, when we met, he said he's been in tennis for 30 years. It's the first time he's meeting a minister and that is sitting down with him. And it's not criticism for the previous ministers. He says, I appreciate this working together. Wrestling had the same sentiment. So all I'm saying in conclusion is that this is not to punish, but there is a problem with our sport and our federations. And we as the department is now fixing that together with them. We are not saying this is our way or the highway. We engage with them. Sanabo, for instance, came and they gave a brilliant presentation. And we couldn't even find one fault with the presentation. So that's what we're doing with the federations. They are not being cut money just willy-nilly. We're giving them so that quarter one, quarter two, for them to proceed. And we're now saying to them, all right, guys, what do you need? How can we help you? Let's set up a meeting with us. Let's set up a meeting with it. Domestic, once again, has set up a meeting with a sponsor, and they want the department to be part of that, just like we're doing with SARU. So that is as far as that concerned. VAR, I think I need to answer this question broadly and straightforward. The majority of people in this country watch football. Football is the sport that is enjoyed by the poor. Majority of people watching football. There's no other entertainment than watching football. Now, VAR, people talk about VAR, but the truth of the matter is that money is not only for VAR. It is for something much more important than VAR. It is for connectivity in all stadiums. Parents can't send their children to the football. When you're at the football, you can't use your phone, Chair. You cannot use your phone because there's no connectivity. We live in a world where connectivity is life-saving. People can't call Ubers afterwards, and they stand there and they can't get through to the Uber. The girl child is in trouble when they stand at the stadium. You cannot contact, your business can't run. That's why our stadiums are so empty, because people lose 2, 3 hours or 4 hours of the time being cut from the rest of the world. And in today's world, for some businesses, that's near suicidal. So that's number one. That money, I'll even say half of that money, is making sure we have connectivity in all our stadiums, that parents can have contact with their children. That's one. Two, why VAR is important. We are in discussions with very big teams around the world to come and play in South Africa. And the first question those teams are asking us, do you have VAR? Because our insurance, our players will not play where there's no VAR. And you speak to the stadium management in all the provinces. Whenever there's a dubious referee decision, the chairs are being broken, there's violence breaking out, people are throwing stuff at the pitch. Those things can lead to loss of life. Now, it is soccer in this country does not get the sponsorships of the sponsors that rugby, for instance, get. Football doesn't get that type of money that rugby gets. So VAR, we are not a banana republic. We cannot be beaten by countries in Africa that already has VAR, and we don't have VAR. We have the best. Dr. Irvin Khoza and his team has made us the best run league on the African continent. The PSL is by far the best run league under the leadership of Dr. Irvin Khoza. Now, how can we not, if we are off the field the best, how can we not have off the field the best? If you are saying to me that 40, 50 million rand is a waste of money for the majority of black people, then I do not know what are we standing for as leaders. Because the poor people want VAR. The poor people that watch football, VAR stop injuries. Our players are going to play in America with the World Cup. And if they will do silly things like punch a player off the ball, not knowing, but if you have VAR, you know it's watching everywhere. So, Honorable Chair, when I land my plane, let me say this. If you look at the majority of people that watches football in this country, that money is a pittance compared to the result of VAR. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'm now going to give an opportunity to the DG to present to us. DG, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much.
High level DG.
Okay, today we're presenting 2 reports. We will really try our best. We are covering both the non-performance and the non-financial and the financial information. We're starting with the 24-25 performance report for the 4th quarter. And the presentations would be shared between the Chief Director planning and the CFO, and they would summarize, Chair. But we want to upfront also indicate that there are some corrections that had to be made in the initial presentation, but the Chief Director will then talk to that as she comes to that particular slide. We try and contain ourselves within the time allocated. Chief Director Mahlobo, if you could please go ahead and then hand over to the CFO.
Thank you, Director General. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Portfolio Committee members, Minister, and colleagues. I'm going to be presenting the fourth quarter performance report. We are bringing to the Portfolio Committee the fourth quarter report as our responsibility as a department that we must bring it to the Portfolio Committee for accountability and oversight as required by the law. On a quarterly basis, we must bring to the Portfolio Committee how the department has performed. Looking at that time, Chairperson, I would like to move to the performance overview for the quarter, whereby the next slide, Lodrick. We are saying for the fourth quarter, we had 39 indicators that were planned, only 35 were achieved. And the total achievement for the department is 90%. Next slide, Lodrick. In the Chairperson, as per the introduction by the Director General, there was a mistake on the slide whereby admin 1.3, we recorded the wrong indicator. The indicator is number of sports, arts, and culture is in Imbizo Health. These are the targets, the 4 targets that were not achieved in the fourth quarter. So it's the number of sports, arts, and culture is in Imbizo Health, the number of learners in National School Sport Championship, percentage of national federations meeting, 50% or more of their self-set targets, and the number of artists placed in schools. We can move to the next slide. In this slide, we show how each program performed in the first quarter, whereby we, with program 1, we are at 75%, with program 2, we're at 80%, with program 4, we are at 90%, and with program 4, we're at 100%, with program 3, we're at 94%. Apologies for that mistake. We can move to the performance information specific. With your permission, Chairperson, and noting that time, let me not go through the ones that were not due for reporting in the fourth quarter. I will then move to the one on the admin 1.2. What I just want also to emphasize is that on a quarterly basis, even those indicators that are not due for reporting in that specific quarter, we do monitor them so that we are able to track on how they are performing on a quarterly basis. So when we move to admin 1.2, which was planned for implementation in the fourth quarter, we planned 2 systems that we needed them to be automized, and the 2 systems were implemented. The next one is admin 1.3, which was due for reporting in the fourth quarter. We had 6 we had planned 6, and then we only did 1. But what we just want to bring to the attention of the Portfolio Committee is that the Izimbizos were then reprioritized to structured meetings to address urgent matters affecting the sports, arts, and culture sector. So we had to address other issues, and then that is why then we couldn't achieve the 6 that was planned. We can then move to the next slide. The next slide shows this Izimbizo that was held. We had a meeting with Boxing SA, a convention, and then the next slide, it's the one whereby we show the Portfolio Committee the meeting taking place. So that's the slide that is currently there. And then we move to admin 1.4, whereby this indicator was not due for reporting in the fourth quarter, but we did then outline the 2 events that were hosted, one which was in the Eastern Cape and one which was in the Gauteng province. So the They were round. The one was on the celebrating of boxing, and the other one was on the handover of a swimming pool. We can move to the next slide, Ludwig. I've already spoken to this one. And the next one, we are going to, those are it's just the portfolio of evidence of the event happening. The next slide is admin 1.5, whereby we had planned to pay all our valid invoices within 30 days, and all the valid invoices were paid within 30 days. The next one is admin 1.6, percentage of councils or boards that are fully constituted, whereby we wanted to have all the boards and council constituted. So we are currently at 100%. 28 out of 28 were constituted. The next one is the program 2, which is the recreation development and sports promotion. And the first indicator is the indicator whereby number of athlete development programs supported. We had planned 9 and 9 were implemented. We are going to move to the next slide. This one, it just shows the distribution where these athletics development programs happen and happened in all the 9 provinces. We can move to the next slide. This is just the pictures where we are showing the actual athletic development program. We can move to the next slide. This one is the number of sports and recreation bodies supported. This indicator was not due for reporting in the 4th quarter, but we are monitoring it. Next slide. The next one, we had planned, it's the number of organized community-based sports and recreation activities supported. We planned 20 and 20 was done. Next slide. The slide we just show where the event was actually in. So just to give the portfolio committee that we do go all over we cover all over the country. So this one is just the pictures of the actual event. This one is the number of sports and recreation events implemented. We had planned 1 and 1 was implemented in the Eastern Cape. It was the handover happened in the James Ndulula Primary School Multi-Purpose Sports Court. Then we can move to the next slide.
Sorry, Chief Director, please just move along in terms of the portfolio of evidence because we don't have enough time.
Thank you, teacher. Thank you. This one is whereby we are saying is where we provide hubs, clubs, and schools with the equipment, attire to enable them to participate in sport and recreation. The target was 1,250. We did 1,354. The overachievement was caused by that we did get a request for distribution more than what we had originally planned, but this was done within the budget. We can move to the next slide. So we show how many was given in each province as in the narrative. Thank you. We can move to the next slide. So this is just show the distribution per province and the evidence. And this one is the number of learners supporting learners in the National Sport Championship. We had planned 2,500 and we did 1,438. This was then due to that in the 1st quarter, we had to move some of the games due to the championships that were happening within the 1st quarter. So in the annual, this target will then be achieved, but in the 4th quarter, because some of it was implemented in the 1st quarter, then it's not achieved. We can move to the next slide. Then it shows the distribution per quarter. Then this one is the number of school sport leagues supported at district levels. We had planned 15, and then we did 29. It's still the same thing. It's in line with that we said that it was due to provinces preparing for the Autumn National School Sport Championships taking place in April 2025. So we needed to ensure that we prepare for the school championships. This one is the number of sports leagues supported, and we are showing the leagues. We can move to the next slide. This one is the number of municipalities supported during the planning and implementation of sports and recreation infrastructure projects. We had planned 52 and 52 were implemented. We can move to the next slide. This is just show the municipality and what was done in those municipalities. This one is whereby you are doing the number of community outdoor gyms and play parks constructed. We had planned 10, but we then did 11. This was true that we received a specific request that was informed by service delivery demand in the community in Ndani local municipality in the Eastern Cape. We can move to the next slide. Then this is just show the distribution of the outdoor gyms where they happened. We can move to the next slide. This is the one on the number of monitoring reports complied on the heritage legacy facilities developed or maintained. We had planned 2 and the 2 reports were then delivered. But then where we are currently is just the 2 projects on Enyokeni and the Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance. The next slide. And then this one is whereby we are monitoring the National Federation who are meeting 50 or more of their self-set targets. What we are saying, when we then compiled the 4th quarter report, we were still analyzing the information and getting more data sheet. So this target is currently not achieved, it's 59%. We can move to the next slide. Then the next program is program 3, that is responsible for arts and culture promotion and development. We are looking at the number of multi-year human language technology projects supported. We had planned 6 and we did 6. Next slide. It just shows as the portfolio of evidence. Then the next indicator is whereby we receive and accept official documents that we then translate and edit. Here we have done, we received 394 and all of them were done, so we're at 100%. This one was not due for reporting. We can move to the next slide. This one, it's the number of projects supported to enable local and international market access. We had planned 6, we did 7, and 1 additional project was implemented as a result of a backlog from the previous quarter. So we needed to ensure that we achieve our annual target. Number of capacity building projects supported, we had planned 22 and 22 were achieved. We can move to the next slide. It just shows the project on that slide. Number of provincial community arts development programs supported, we had planned 9 and 9 were achieved. These are the 9 projects. Here is the number of youth focused arts development programs supported. For the quarter, we had planned 2 and 2 were implemented. We can move to the next slide. This one is whereby it's the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported. We had planned 2 and 2 were then implemented. It was the Kholekani Boys Mentorship Camp and the Provincial GBV Awareness Program. We can move to the next slide. This is the number of progress reports on the implementation of the international relations strategy. We had planned to produce 1 report and 1 report was then produced. We can move to the next slide. Here is the number of moral regenerations projects supported. We had planned 3 and 3 were implemented and they are listed below. We can move to the next slide. This one is the one on the number of community conversation or dialogues implemented to foster social interactions per year. We had planned 2 and 2 were implemented. 1 was in Xwagxwa in the Eastern Cape and in the Free State, and the other one was in the Eastern Cape. It was a provincial dialogue. We can move to the next slide. And the next one is the number of advocacy platforms on social cohesion and national building implemented. We had planned 5 and we did 6. This was due to that we received a request from NGOs that had to be commemorated within the fourth quarter, such as the human rights commemoration. The next slide. This one is the number of projects through which target groups are supported. We had planned 8 and we did 10. We just received a high number of applications that were received for fundings. But what we just want to say, this was done within the annual allocation. We can move to the next slide. It just shows the number of National Day celebrations held. We had planned 1 and 1 was achieved. We can move to the next slide. The number of national and provincial flagship projects supported. We had planned 15 and 15 were implemented. In the next slide, we're just showing where this happened within the country. We can move to the next slide. Number of creative industry projects supported through an open call were planned 35 and 40 were achieved. And then we do explain that this was due to the higher projection happened on the basis of the analysis of the budget put forward by the applicants, and it was deemed fit to support more based on the availability of the budget. So this was done also within the budget, even though we overachieved. Next slide. This just shows the project that were supported in the financial year, in the fourth quarter. Number of artists placed in schools were planned to place 304, but this one we didn't achieve. We placed to 235. But what we are saying here is that the 79 artists that were placed were not supported by adequate evidence by some of the implementing agencies. There's certain evidence that we require to ensure that what they're saying they've done, it's done as planned. Then that's why then the 79 was then not included. We can move to the next slide. This one is the number of reports produced by SACO, which is our research arm. Here we had planned 16 reports, and 16 reports were then produced. Next slide. This year we're showing the reports. Now, films and documentaries supported telling stories of history and liberation and heritage importance. We planned 2 and 2 were done. We can move to the next slide. We are showing the names of the projects there that were implemented. We can move to then the next slide is we are moving to program 4, which is the project that is responsible for heritage, promotion, and preservation. Here, the first target is that we had is the number of tertiary students supported to study heritage practice, where it was not planned for the quarter. Number of books documenting living human treasures published were planned 3 and 3 were implemented. In the next slide, we show those books. We can move to the next slide. Then those are the books that we are showing. Number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols were planned 3 were then achieved. Here we just outline the initiatives in the next slide. It was one is a workshop, and the next slide. And then we provide flags and we do activations. Number of heritage legacy projects where exhibition content is developed were planned 2 and 2 were implemented. We can move to the next slide. We're just showing there number of progress reports on resistance and liberation heritage route program received and analyzed. We had planned 1 and 1 was done. We can move to the next slide. Here is the number of public awareness conducted about archival services, where there was no target plan for the fourth quarter. Number of records digitalized, we had planned 125 and we did 401. This is due to that we have got 5 PEPs interns which are assisting in this section. We can move to the next slide. Number of libraries financially supported per year, we had planned 20 and 23 were supported. We are saying the reason for the deviation is that 3 projects were supported through the rollover funding. We can move to the next slide. We just show the project in this slide. The next slide is number of Gazette notices on standardized geographical names published. This one we had planned 1 and 1 was implemented. We can move to the next slide. I'll hand over to the CFO with your permission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Ministers, and the DM and DG. Can I go to the next slide, Ludwig? Thanks. The overall departmental budget was about 6.1 billion, and then we spent about 6.07 billion, which is about 99.5%, which is, if you then round it off, is 100%. Can you go to the next slide? There are 33 million that was not spent, which is equivalent to 0.5, which is savings realized in terms of the international money that is paid for other organizations that we are those international institutions that we comply to, and then we realize about 1.5. And then you also have an invoice from Public Works of 7 million that we're expecting and could not receive before the end of the financial year. And then we have also second tranches that were not paid based on the number of non-compliance of submission that were made for payment, especially from the MGE, which was transfer payments is about 21 million. Next slide. Next slide. I'm not going to touch on the one that is 100%, Chair. And also that 0% is the one that I've talked about, invoice from Public Works, because there was an expectation that we will receive that invoice before the end of the financial year, which we didn't receive for archives. Next slide. Next slide. If you go to your programs, you'll see there administration spend about 530 million against the budget of 530 million, which is about 100%. And recreation is program 2 spend 98.9%, which is 99%. Program 3 spend 99%, and heritage and promotion and preservation spend 99.9%, which is 100%. And then the overall expenditure spent is about 6.072 billion against 6.1 billion, which is 99.5%, which is equivalent to 100% if you round it off. Composition of employees, we spend 99.9, goods and service 99.5, transfer and subsidy overall 99.6, and then payment on capital asset 94.5, and on overall Chair 99.95, which is equivalent to 100%. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, CFO. Chairperson, we will then quickly go do the 25-26 first quarter report. I'll try and do the non-financial report and see whether I can go quickly in the remaining time. So if Ludwig, you could just put it up, but I will start. We started off the year with a review of the key performance indicators, and the portfolio committee has asked us to submit a comparative summary on the 24-25 key performance indicators and the 25-26 key performance indicators, explaining what led to the reduction, which we have done, Chairperson, where we gave the committee through the Secretariat that analysis. So I'm going to be very quick. I won't read the introductions, etc., because it talks about the requirement and the compliance on the side of the department. As the year started, we started off, as usual, focusing on the administrative part of the work, putting, as you will see in the updates provided for each of the KPIs, which we are tracking, as the Chief Director indicated. We don't only track the first quarter report, those that are due for reporting, but we also track overall all the KPIs or all the targets set against the KPIs. So first quarter 25-26, ending June 2025, we had 8 key performance indicators that we are working against. We achieved 7, and we failed to achieve against one of those key performance indicators. So if we go on to the bar graph, if you go to the bar graph, Ludwig, it then gives the indication of the performance of each of the programs. We've got 4 programs in the department, and as committee can see, the performance: administration, recreation, development and sport, arts and culture, promotion and development, heritage preservation and promotion. The one key performance indicator that we couldn't achieve is in the recreation, development and sport promotion, and we'll talk to that one later. So if I then go into program 1 this financial year has got 2 key performance indicators that sit in the annual performance plan outside of the operational plan, the individual operational plans that chief directorates and branches also have. So in the annual performance plan, those in terms of those 2, one was not due for reporting, but we're tracking it, which is the systems developed to automate manual functions. The one that was due for reporting, that is actually reported every quarter, is the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days, which is in compliance with legislation where all government departments have to track and report against this. With program 2, Chairperson, we have got several this financial year key performance indicators that are sitting in the annual performance plan. And the first slide that is up, which is RDSP 2.1 and RDSP 2.2, are not due for reporting in the first quarter, or were not due for reporting in the first quarter, but the information under actual achievement as of 30th June indicates the tracking that we made reference to. The same would apply with the next slide, which is RDSP 2.3, the number of sports and recreation programs in communities that are supported. If we look at the next slide, RDSP 2.4, the number of hubs, clubs, or schools provided with equipment and or attire to enable participation in sport and or recreation, again, not due for reporting, but being tracked. Number of learners competing at National School Sports Championship, that is RDSP 2.5, and committee members would have seen the actual achievement as reported in the document that was circulated. So if I then go into RDSP 2.6, which is the number of school sport programs supported at district and or local level. As the financial year commenced, Chair, we just had MINMEC, which is where Minister meets with the MECs of all provinces towards the end of March. And one of the resolutions that came out there was to not hasten the process in terms of the school sport program activities as funded through the conditional grant. So the at the beginning, as indicated under reason for deviation, at the beginning of this particular quarter that we are reporting, because of the request from from all the MECs to ensure that they sign off on the school sport program, we then were processing the grant permissions and doing all the administrative work that needed to be done as of the 18th of May. Once the requirement in terms of what needed to be verified had actually been done. This therefore had an impact on the 52 that we needed, the 52 programs that we needed to achieve. Hence, we were able to only achieve 20. Colleagues will explain further as questions come in, if there are any regarding this particular target. However, we will pick up pace, Chairperson, as we go into the financial year, second, third, and fourth quarter. We provide the portfolio of evidence. I won't take time on that one, but it has been provided. The portfolio committee had requested that for each of the KPIs, we provide this information, which we have done. Chairperson, I need to also indicate that outside of what is on the presentation, there is also information in the attachments that further provide a verification as required by members. I'm moving to RDSP 2.7 in terms of the number of municipalities supported during the planning and implementation of sport infrastructure project that was achieved, and portfolio has been provided. If we go on, Lodwick, to 2.8, this is just evidence. I'm not going to spend time on it. I'm going to 2.8, which is number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks that are constructed. It's not due for reporting, but it's being tracked. So moving on from the recreation, development, and sport promotion programs, we go to arts, culture, and promotion and development. And again, I'm going to focus on the KPIs. 3.1 was due for reporting. It was achieved. Multi-year human language technologies that are supported. And it's indicated where they were actually coming from. Number of university students supported to study languages, number of cultural and creative industry projects supported to enable local and international market access, not due for reporting, but being tracked, number of programs contributing to the transformation of the cultural and creative industry sector supported, being tracked, number of initiatives against the gender-based violence and femicide supported, also being tracked. Number of sport and
Dr.
cultural
Khumalo.
diplomacy. Yes, Chairperson.
My humble apologies to stop you. You can proceed now. I just want to check with the portfolio secretary. I know most of our presentations are being sent over time and sometimes on different dates. There is a discussion on the portfolios WhatsApp group, portfolio members WhatsApp group of some who did not receive that. I'm also cognizant of the fact that there are also new members deployed to this committee. I just wanted to make this interjection and request the portfolio secretary to perhaps forward it again to the members while you are now going to proceed. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was on 3.6, which is number of sport and cultural diplomacy that was achieved, and the portfolio in terms of what it was about has been provided. So I'll skip through the pages that provide the POEs and go to 3.7, which is the number of initiatives promoting social cohesion and nation building. This one, Chairperson, also includes reporting on the national days that would fall under that particular quarter, and and it's been provided what transpired there. The number of capacity building projects supported, not due for reporting, being tracked, number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus. Chairperson, I need to indicate that this is coming in for the first time as a result of the new medium-term development plan developed by the 7th administration, and it's one of those that we are tracking through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. Program 4, as was indicated, also did achieve, as indicated in the overall performance slide that we presented. So I'm going to go to the KPIs. Number of heritage bursaries awarded. We are tracking what is happening there. It's not due for reporting. So all those that are blue in color are not due for reporting. Number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols. This, as was indicated in the fourth quarter report presented by the Chief Director, is about raising awareness, but it's also a program that is geared towards building patriotism within our society and country, the citizens of the country. So it does indicate how and what actually transpired there, and the POE is provided. The number of reports on the implementation of the national policy on the repatriation and restitution of the human remains and heritage objects analyzed. One report is due, it's being tracked. Number of archival records digitization. This is a digitization project, Chairperson, that is mainly funded through PESP, and it focuses on the digitization that ensures preservation. And you would then note the numbers there, because I think continuously we are able to overachieve because of the PESP, which is not guaranteed. Hence, year on year, we actually report on what has transpired. Number of libraries financially supported, and the number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names published, not due for reporting but being tracked. CFO, I know you will summarize in the last 1 or 2 minutes that is remaining. Over to you.
No, thanks very much, DG, through you, Chair. The expenditure for the first quarter, we spent about 1.2 billion, which is 19.3%. Against the target of 21%, we have 1.7 under there. And one of the main reasons, Chair, is based on the approval that we did for the first time on the allocation letter for PSP. That money that must be transferred to those entities must be part of the allocation. And because the budget was then signed off in August, Chair, that makes us to delay, because a lot of money was on that budget. I'll go to goods and services. Goods and services, Chair. Okay, it's already been passed. Let's go straight to the table, Ludwig. Maybe just to add, Chair, on the nutshell, also you still have a problem under your capital asset or buildings. The Departmental project still to date is not, there's no sales provider on site. We're still underperforming there because of the issue of public works, which they promised to by now have appointed, but that has not also happened. So administration budget, Chair, was 516. We spent 172, which is 33%. And that over expenditure also relate to operating lease that we paid on behalf of our entities for the first quarter. Recreation and promotion, 15.8%, which is 202 million. And arts and culture, 17%. That is where your PSP is allocated, Chair. Like I was saying that the rule says that if something was not part of the previous budget, as you know, we can't spend then more than 40%, and there's one need the treasury process. Heritage and promotion is 19.6% with an overall of 19.3%. With the expenditure of 1.2, composition of employees, we spend 23%, which is 100 million. And then goods and service, we spend 25%. And then transfer payment in overall, we spend 18.7. Payment on capital asset, like I said, here we have not moved. Budget of the Department or the implementing agent, the chair was still being failed. Machinery and equipment, you can see there, we have spent 1.2, we are left with 7.4 million. And then the overall is still 19.3% in terms of the current expenditure, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. It was very much progressive. I just want the DG to respond on one or two things before I'm going to give members an opportunity, just for clarity. We have set the pace now on various issues that will stems from where or we are coming from or going to. I have raised issues about unplanned and unfunded projects. For clarity or for the committee, if the DG can take us through that, because my opinion is, yes, we don't say there shouldn't be deviations, but my opinion is these unplanned and unfunded issues or projects relates to money, budget, manpower, time, and a number of things. So I want the committee to have that understanding where and how does it fits in, and also DG, the fact that we are not taken into confidence when it comes to these. I actually want to use it, the right word in the term in your profession, in these mid-year changes. Then I want the DG to take us through the patriotism. The minister also spoke about it when he spoke on VAR, on communication, all of that. Now, we do have sister departments. Where does the Department of Communication fits in to flags the Department of Basic Education? You know, instead of everyone knock at our door for this kind of assistance. The Department of Tourism, where does they fit in when it comes to, you know, put their money where their mouth is? You know, because everything, it seems like we are the gateway to a number of expenditures. So if the DG can just give the committee that background on what I have said, then we can proceed with the questions from members. Thank you, Dr. Cynthia Kumaro.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to, let me start with the last question around the issue of patriotism. As a department, we sit within the social cluster. It's got a full name, just slipping my mind, but it's a social cluster where several government departments sit, which have got different responsibilities, which are mostly in line with the 3 strategic goals which were set by the 7th administration. Now, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is given a mandate within the MTDP to lead on the coordination of social cohesion and nation building programs. But the key word, Chairperson, is lead at the coordination. So there are several other departments that serve within that particular cluster. So what we then tasked with as a Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is to have technical, I think that's what we call them, TIC meetings or TIF meetings, which are technical meetings with all these departments, including the ones we are mentioning, Chair, particularly the Department of Communication, the Department of Basic Education, the Department of Women, Youth, People with Disabilities, and other departments that sit within this particular cluster. They will then submit reports to us as a department, and we will then, after the quarterly meetings that we have with all of them, submit progress reports that indicate how we are advancing against social ills and all the other societal challenges that as government and the society of this country were faced with. So it's not just solely us, Chairperson, but what we are reporting on in this APP report today is the area where as a department we come in. For instance, issues of the community dialogues, the national days, issues of awareness around the national symbols and other such interventions as reflected in our APP. But other departments have got other roles. With the Department of Tourism, we've got an MOU, Chairperson. It's not at the stage where we can claim that it is being fully implemented, but it covers areas of utilization, for instance, of our heritage sites for enhancement of tourism, both international and domestic tourism and other such initiatives. The issues of unplanned or unfunded projects, it does come about, Chair, during any financial year that we are given such responsibilities. They might be coming directly through cabinet or through other areas. Maybe if you allow now or later on, CFO can just go into a little bit more detail. It is as a result of that we have an opportunity as departments to do midterm adjustment, as you indicated, Chair. One is coming up right now, end of September. We therefore have an opportunity to do adjustment. If at all those adjustments affect key performance indicators, then we have to take them through right up to the level of the portfolio committee. But if it is not, if it is amendments that are, for instance, talking to the technical indicator, descriptors, and other such, it can then be approved internally within the department to the level of the DG, to the level of the minister, including our consultation with our audit committees. I don't know, CFO, whether you want to just quickly add before I hand back to the chairperson.
No, thanks, DG, through you, Chair. Yeah, indeed, we've got 3 ways of reprioritizing what I'll call your original budget. You can do it between April and before adjustment budget, which is mid-year, which normally will be finalized between November, October, depending on when it's get approved. So at that time, before adjustment budget, you are able to use Section 43 of the PFMA and the Treasury Regulation 6.3, where in terms of those powers, the accounting officer, for in case, can move money from goods and services to other items, as long as it's not earmark fund, as long as it's not capital payment, as long as it's not transfer payment. And that is how we can move money around and also able to attend if something was a decision that was taken during the financial year. So it is allowed, Chair. The only thing that we have, especially if you have to then do a virement, you've got the limitation of about 8%, which that one also needs Treasury approval. But if it's about the 8%, only one person can able to approve that is Parliament. Anything that is about 8% in terms of the environment. So those are the process that we use, Chair, and we make sure that whatever we do is in terms of what the PFMA sections say about Section 43 and the Treasury Regulation. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, clarifying the issues make a big difference for committee members to understand, when to part and when not to part, and when to attack and when not to attack. Honorable members, I am now going to give an opportunity to members to ask questions. I am in the position to see hands, but I would also request that the PC Secretary assist me. There have been issues on the presentation being sent. If any member would like it to be flighted again for some clarity, you are welcome to make that request. I'm inviting members, those who would like to ask questions, to do so.
Chairperson,
Please proceed, Honorable Member.
I'm Honorable Makhato. I'm trying to raise my hand, but it doesn't. Can you hear?
You may proceed, Honorable Makhato, and following yourself will be Honorable Molatani. I think she's in front of the soccer stadium in Free State. Honorable Makhato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The DSEC app for 2024-2025 financial year indicates depicts that DSEC has got 6 targets, and then of 6 imbizos targeted for the year, only 1 imbizo was successfully held, e.g. the boxing convention. So I just want to check, what are the impact of the achieving of all the targets, and when will other targets be achieved? And can you please clarify the way forward to show the transparency, accountability of those targets? And again, still under administration, what were the specific reasons that prevented the departments from achieving 5 of 6 planned imbizos? And why was only the boxing convention delivered? How does the department intended to address the gap between the planned and the actual delivery, and what remedial steps will ensure that future imbizos are made? And again, what monitoring and oversight mechanism are in place to present such a significant underperformance in future, and who will be held accountable for the shortfall? So those are under the administration part. And again, I want to go to the other one, which speaks about the presentation reflected that this hosted 2 events: the profiling of 30 years of democracy and human rights, and celebrating a boxing living legend. So in these ones, these were not listed under indicator 1.4 in the app for the 4th quarter of the 24-25. Can you please give us clarity on the matter? And then I want to add by some few questions. Where were these events budgeted for? How the costs were allocated? Give the alignment with approved performance indicators. Those are the other ones before I can go to the last one, which speak about the school programs, the artists in school programs. The report indicated that out of 304 artists placed in schools, only 235 are accounted for among over. So the report states that evidence confirming participations of the remaining 69 artists is in schools is inadequate. If you have not already done so, assist the committee with the following: what measures were in place to get the required documentary evidence? And again, in which provinces, districts and local municipalities, as well as in schools, were art placed? When last was the participation confirmed? And then when was the payment stopped, and what happened to the budget? Another question says, what immediate corrective actions is the minister taking to address the failure to deliver proof of a 52 planned school sports progress? Then lastly, what alternative delivery mechanism are being established to ensure youth sport development continuity? So those are some of my questions. Maybe I will come back later. Thank you very much.
The department. It's quite a number of questions.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Makgato, for those questions. I'm going to try and just delegate the colleagues to respond to the questions. But before I do that, Chair, I just wanted perhaps to respond to the first question that came from Honorable Member Makgato with respect to the issues regarding Izimbizo. What we have indicated in the report, Honorable Member, is that as we were transitioning from the 6th administration to the 7th administration, you would recall that around July, which was right at the beginning of the 24-25 financial year, there was the transition. So as the new administration was coming on board, decisions were actually being taken in terms of engagement, stakeholders' engagement. So while yes, indeed, in our APP, we had Izimbizo, we do explain, Honorable Member, in the presentation that there was a restructured approach to stakeholder engagement. So stakeholder engagement didn't stop. There was a continuation of those engagement, but it was done structurally in terms of sector specific. The minister and the deputy minister continue to have meetings with the stakeholders within and the role players within sport, for instance, the stakeholders within the area of arts and culture. Even this financial year, the practitioners and stakeholders in the area of heritage have had an engagement session with the minister. So it is more the structuring, because if you look at the description in our APP of what is deemed to be Izimbizos, the structured way was then revisited. So that is why we didn't want to claim having achieved against that particular key performance indicator, while we do acknowledge the fact that it didn't stop the stakeholder engagement, be it sessions with particular sectors, etc. That continued, and there is evidence to that effect. I would like to just maybe start with my colleagues from sport, acting DDG sport, if you would want to please come in with regard to the questions related to the school sport program. And then I would move on to the acting DDG arts and culture on the artists in schools. Tebogo, if you...
Before Tebogo is going, Dr. Kumalo, I want the individual who is going to respond to artists in school sports to give a response against the background that this committee has been informed that artists in school sports program has stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Tebogo.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, DG. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and Chairperson and members of the committee. Chair, the programs in schools are maybe in the context of the questions is two types. It's the one on the artist in schools, which I think the colleague will take care of, and I'll respond to the one on school sport. With regard to the program on school sport, as indicated, that through the MOU, we collaborate with DBE, and members would have had an opportunity to also meet with in a joint meeting with the Department of Basic Education, who have indicated what is the allocation in terms of the the school sport program. I must qualify though that the allocation from Department of Basic Education does not come in a form of a grant. So it's an equitable share that goes to each province, who then make a priority of how much is then going towards school sport. So from one province to the other, the allocation differs, and the support coming from basic education on school sport differs on the basis of that. Whereas on the side of the DSEC, how we allocate funding is through the conditional grant, and with the conditional grant, there is a criteria through the conditional grant framework that allocates for a school sport program and budget per province to deliver various number of programs that include capacity building and local leagues and various supporting various sporting codes at the local level and to schools. So structurally, that's how that program is done. And I think that was in the main the question that was asked. I think the colleagues can proceed then with the artists in schools. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Tebogo. Can I just perhaps on behalf of the branch respond to the issues related to artists in schools, because I was the DDG, the chairperson, as you are aware. The Artists in Schools program has been running for more than a decade. And in the last 3 to 4 years, I cannot talk about the period before that, but in the last 3 to 4 years, we picked up a very concerning trend around the adequacy of the information that was being submitted by the implementing agencies. That was confirming, for instance, the number of times those artists that are in the program are going to the schools, and also confirmation that really justifies and confirms the fact that that this is a particular school, from simple and what could be deemed to be minor things like a school stamp, a signature of the principal, the registers that reflect how many times the artist has been to that particular school, to quite major things, including things like whether or not or how often and the amounts of payment. They are supposed to be averaging between 3,000 to 4,000 rand per month. However, the information that was being submitted to us was very concerning in terms of the how inadequate it was. Now, if you also look at the last 2 reports that came from AG, it was also reflective of this area being an area of concern. So we had several interventions in the year 24-25 with the implementing agents, and I believe I've reported, Chairperson, on this in the past, where we restructured the reporting, the compliance requirements, and the templates that they are supposed to submit. But when members see the AG report that I believe will be tabled to you once the AG is ready to table the report to you, you will see that again, the similar kind of concerns continue to emerge or continue to be identified, both by ourselves as we do the monitoring. So we then took a conscious decision, Chairperson and honorable members, to put this program in abeyance up until a full evaluation and assessment of the program can be done. So this is, as a result, why you would see that it is not reflecting amongst the key performance indicators that we are doing. However, we have looked at other forms of interventions that ensure that the issue of creation of work opportunities in the space of the cultural and creative industry continues. I was just checking who amongst my colleagues is here from ACPD chairperson, just to confirm the question that was asked by the honorable member on which are the two provinces. I know for a fact one of those provinces is the Northern Cape, but I would just confirm the second. It's not just two. The two couldn't fully give us a report, but there was a third one who in 24-25, we had to completely withdraw from participating in the program, which is Northern Cape. So that's the status, and that is what led to the decision, Chairperson, not to retain the Artist in School program in this financial year until that full review has actually been completed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I think there's still some other questions outstanding. There was also concern on school sports. Perhaps I think it was directed to the minister, the failure in school sports. What is the minister doing about that?
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, Chair, we met with the Minister of Basic Education and we signed the MOU regarding school sport. What we've done, we're now embarking on two processes. The first process is that it's all good and well to say school sport is back, but there's no place where children can play sport. We have gone on a program where we are doing combi courts in schools around the country. We started, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've done 20 already, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. But we've also sat down and said to our teams, and I would like the DDG to answer on this. We gave them instructions to say, go back and go and see the impediments, the current impediments to us implementing fully, legislatively, because we don't want to make a mistake and go against the legislation. That's the task we've given them. We've also met, for instance, with companies like, I'll mention one, FNB, to say, all right, let's start with the biggest one in schools. It's football. FNB then said, all right, now we're currently in meetings with FNB so that they can fund that program. So it's not that things are stand still, but I think we overestimated what it, or we underestimated what it will take legislatively to bring school sport back. So what we've done, we've given, in my department, I've done that, and I know the minister's done the same in her department, the Minister Khwarube. I've given the DDG the instruction and say, go and see which legislation prevents us from implementing immediately so that we stay in line with the law. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I would take that also will go along the transparency and accountability. The Honorable Molotani, followed by the Honorable Peter.
Sorry, Chair, there was a question. There was a question on the 30 years. Can I just respond to that? My apologies.
Please do, Doc.
Thank you. There was a question on the issue regarding 30 years. That particular activity or program was very specific to the celebration of the emergence of democracy. That was the 2024 going on to March 2025 focus area. And honorable member asked about the alignment with performance indicator. The performance indicator is number of events hosted in support of the 30 years of democracy celebration. And as it sounds, it was a once-off focused celebration. Yes, the budget was provided just to respond to that particular question as well. And the whole issue of celebration was either sector specific or broad, aligned to national days and events and other activities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Molotani.
Chairperson, I've got only one question on the issue of the youth. I think it's the last one.
Okay, please proceed, Honorable Makata.
I said, what alternative delivery mechanism are being established to ensure youth sports development continuity. So I just want to check the issue of the youth in sports. So this is another question on the youth. Can they please respond on it? That is the last question. I think they didn't answer.
The department.
Thank you. I'll answer that one. Thank you, Honorable Mkhat. The issue that we're having is that it's all well and good to say sport, but without equipment. So what I have seen when I became the minister was that certain schools can't afford to buy a tennis racket, can't afford to buy a hockey stick, because those things are expensive. So what I've done in the meantime, I said with the team, I said, let us make available for youth sport in all the areas in South Africa. Let us make equipment available to the poorest of the poorest communities where they cannot afford it. We started in Rand West in Gauteng, and we called 70 schools. And we gave them tennis rackets, hockey sticks. We gave them stuff that normally they didn't have access to. We then moved to the Western Cape, where we gave cricket bats to all the clubs in the area, in the Paarl area. We went to Northwest a month ago, a few weeks ago, where we did the same there. We are now going through all the provinces in South Africa. We did it also in the Western Cape, where we don't just say play sport, but children will ask you, Minister, I want to play tennis. Where's my racket? My mom tells me she can't afford it, and the child is not lying. So we have looked at sport. Like the last point I want to make is, for instance, I've given instruction to say it cannot be where black kids are excluded from pole vaulting because it's an expensive sport. Let's get equal access to sport. So that's what we are trying to do. And I've just mentioned, maybe there's still others that I forgot to mention, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Minister. I'm now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Molotani.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chair. Greeting to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, honorable members, parliamentary staff, as well as Dr. Kumalo and your staff. Chairperson, I think before I can ask my question, I have one thing that I want to raise. It's unfortunate that Honorable Malone, he is not here. I wanted to raise it when Honorable Malone was not here. Just to say that, Chairperson, as honorable members, we are expecting to respect each other. It doesn't matter on what platform we are engaging, but the respect must come in. Chairperson, I'm still disturbed of what Honorable Malone has written on the WhatsApp group of the WhatsApp group of the portfolio. We can't be in that position where you will have to be insulted in that way he did. I think, Chairperson, it's time that we need you need to raise these issues. We need to respect each other, no matter what. Every now and then we'll have our issues with the minister in the portfolio, but definitely after the portfolio minister will never go back to a person and say that you've said this and I'm still angry. But what Honorable Daniel has done, it's uncalled for, Chairperson. Really, it's uncalled for. And if this is how things are going to be, as he has mentioned that gloves are off, I don't know when did we arrive to a point where we are being told that gloves are off. Yes, we know we are now in GNU. There was no need for Honorable Malone just to always to say that ANC thinks that they must remember that they are not ruling alone. I don't know how did we arrive to that point, but Chairperson, if that's how things are going to be, I don't think we'll enjoy coming to the portfolio committee. So my humble plea to you, Chair, make time, talk to Honorable Malone. He cannot take things out of portfolio and then he come back being personal. It can't be a chairperson. We always have our own differences in the portfolio, but at the end of the day, we are human, and the way we are respecting him, we expect him to respect us the same way. If there are any issues that he wanted to raise, those issues can be raised in portfolio. Well and good, it's fine. But insulting us, it's something which one cannot stand off. So, it's going to be, it's not going to be a good thing when we start to be on Honorable Malone. Every time it will be J and J. It can't be right, Chairperson. So I want to leave that matter with you, Chair, to resolve it, because failing to resolve it, he will continue insulting us, and I don't think all of us will be happy with that thing. Let me pass that, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable Molotshane, before you
yes.
ask your question, let me respond. You know, it's always my desire to plead for respect among members. Now, unfortunate things happen on that particular day. We also asked the department, and Honorable Potgieter have structured the question so nicely pertaining to the appointments of board members and their political parties, stating it that not that she had anything against to which parties those people belong to. But this actually transpired, and it follows a trend whereby even the deputy minister was involved, and where members was provoked. And I've made it clear that our meetings are meetings of portfolio committee. It is not a provincial PEC meeting where a chairperson of a province speak and no one else can speak after him or her. We requested as a committee that the board must come back in terms of, I can't remember their profiles. That is what we asked. On the offensive, the Honorable Mtetwa have posted pictures of board members in their political regalia. It was not his time, it was not his place to do so, because that WhatsApp group belongs to the portfolio for portfolio matters and communications. He was not part of the board to post those things there. We asked the board to do so. Now, the Honorable Daniels, in terms of various previous rulings by speakers and chairpersons, make mention of a political party's name and not an individual. And I think more so directed his anger directly at Honorable Mtetwa. At previous occasions, I've made it my point to request Honorable Malone. 5 o'clock in the morning, I called him to the lead staff, which he did. The Honorable Mtetwa did not want to. But again, I agree with you that we as a portfolio committee should stand up and stand together when it comes to issues of the people of South Africa and not against. Hence, like you say, that we are a GNU. But in terms of what has transpired on the WhatsApp group, I am not a shop steward for no one, and I'm not going to deal with who and what Honorable Malone have said. They have to deal with this amongst themselves. If things don't stop, I will close the group and only have it as a soundboard for communication. So I take note of what you've said, and I have followed the developments as well. And I again would like to call to members of the portfolio committee, and even the portfolio and everyone amongst who's in this meeting, we have to show the decorum and respect one another. Thank you, Honorable Molotshane. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think last issue that I didn't want to raise, but now I'm forced to raise it. It's where he said that dear DM was clear about hatred to colored people. DM did not say that he hates colored people. DM was raising a point to say that board member, he doesn't want to listen to Dr. Cynthia because Dr. Cynthia, she's a woman. She raised it clearly that this board member, she doesn't want to listen to Dr. Cynthia because she's a woman. She has never said that she hates a colored. I think Honorable Malonto, some of the things he went to an extreme, as if that we are having a hatred to colored. We are not, Chairperson. We are not. He must know that we are not. Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, on quarter one, on the quarter one issues, in fact, before, on the presentation, the issue of imbizos, even though Honorable Mahato has touched them, the issue of imbizos, the only imbizo that we can report, that we can recall here, is that one of boxing which was in Eastern Cape. I just want to check with the department because I remember on the day there were some few things that a minister mentioned regarding the renovations of the renovation of Oriental Plaza or Oriental Theatre. I just want to check how far is the renovation? Is it open? Is it working? Because remember when Minister was announcing that, he said that it will be working in no time. Just want to check how far is the renovations? Are they still busy? Have the renovation been done? Is the project, is it finished? The project, is it half done? All those things, if I can get clarity on that, Chairperson. And going further on quarter one, Chair. On quarter one, I just want to check, especially on administration. How does the department justify the setting of WHO indicators to measure outcomes and impact when over 500 employees are available to support all 4 programs of the department? And then my second question, does the reduction in indicators reflect a strategic reprioritization, capacity constraints, or a weakness in performance planning and alignment with the department mandate? What assurance can the department provide to Parliament and the public that service delivery will not be compromised by limiting program 1 performance measurement to 2 indicators? On the very same quarter one, Chairperson, given that 59% of national federations met their transformation target against a 100% target, what concrete steps will be taken to strengthen capacity and ensure compliance with transformation objectives? How does the department plan to improve evidence management and documentation process, considering that 79 out of 314 artists placed in schools lacked adequate supporting evidence? I think I have the other one. Okay. How will the department ensure that implementing agencies provide adequate documentation for all programs, particularly in the artist placement program, where 26% of placement could not be verified, Chairperson? And then I think I have some recommendation, Chair. Let me just go to my recommendation.
Honorable Molotani, can
Yes,
we
Chairperson.
perhaps at the end of all other questions
It's fine,
deal
Chairperson.
with your recommendations?
It's fine, Chairperson. I will come back on round number 2 if you allow us.
Thank you. The department?
Thank you very much, Honorable Muletsane. I would like the Chief Director of Infrastructure to respond on the question of status on the renovation of Oriental theatres. Songes.
Thank you, DG. A very, very good morning, honorable MPs, and good morning, Minister. DG, so the question on the Oriental renovation of Oriental Plaza, the work that the department has done, the infrastructure unit has conducted site inspections and quantified the amount of work that is required, and this was costed in terms of how much is required. And the budget is being secured through the treasury process that is currently taking place now. And the terms of references were compiled in order to make sure that once the budget is available, the project can be implemented. I believe it's worth to just indicate that when we went to do the inspection on that site, the municipality was also on site doing some renovation. So we've taken stock of what they are doing and what we will be doing. So what they have been working on has been completed. That those included glazing and windows has been completed, and the facility is in a better state than it was at the time when the minister was there and made the commitment. Thank you, DG. That's all.
Chairperson, can I make a follow-up on that one, if you allow me?
Thank you now, Honorable Muletsane, but you have raised much more questions. You have raised the issue of alignment, and I'm very curious as well to listen to the issue of the steps being taken by the department on pertaining to capacity.
I just want to do the follow-up on this question of Orient yet. Because the time when we were, I think this answer that we've just received, it's for the third time we are receiving the very same answer. It means the department, they are not doing follow-up regularly as they've promised. The reason I'm saying that is because remember when we were in East London, it was somewhere, I think February or March, before the new financial year. And when Minister announced that, he said that the contractor will be on site from Monday. So it means from March up until now, the construction was supposed to be done. What the department is giving us is the same answer they're giving us every time when we ask these questions. Can the department be serious with us and give us what we want to hear? That the construction it's at 90%, the construction it's 100%. Because I don't want to find myself going there to go and do oversight. The department always give us the same answer. It's for the third time. I'm counting every time when I'm asking about this project. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Muletsane. I agree, and perhaps we should also add the costing factor to what you are mentioning. The department.
Chair, let me just come in there. I just think that the person that from the department side didn't do justice to the question that was asked.
Please do.
This thing is very simple. I don't know why they always make things difficult. Number one, we went there the Monday with the team. When we got there, the municipality then said, they have put out a tender already. They've appointed the company. They will then do the work. We will then come in on the second phase of what they were planning to do. We then said, okay, we'll stand back, let the municipality do because already a tender's gone out, it will be wasteful expenditure. We will then come in on the second phase. Now, what I also would like to hear, is the municipality done with the first phase so that we can come in with the second phase? We were there, the municipality showed us, we put out a tender. I went there myself and I found a contractor working on the site. So basically what we will come back to the portfolio committee with is Are the municipality done? And I promise in the next sitting, I will give that answer. Is the municipality done? If the municipality is done, then as per agreement with the municipality, we will then do the last part of the renovations, which they told us there's a part they didn't budget for that pertained, I think, to the roofing. Then we will then come back to the portfolio committee. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Malachane has also asked a question on the capacity.
Oh, thanks, Chair. The two remaining areas that were covered by the questions. First one, the Chief Director Mahlobo will respond around the indicators and how they impact on service delivery. There was also a question on the national federations, which we would also like to respond to. Tebogo will respond to that, but we'll also have to come back to the issue of the artists in schools as a third response. Or area of response, Chair.
And the implementing agents.
Yes, that's the compliance of the implementing agents, Chair. Ms. Mahlobo.
Please proceed.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. On the indicators for Program 1, the reduction is that we have an operational plan for the department, which has included most of the indicators that are within Program 1. This operational plan is monitored through other oversight structures. For example, we do report to the audit committee around some of the compliance areas that we are required to ensure that as Program 1 we comply with them, and also to National Treasury and DPME. But also when we come to the indicators that were then reduced in the APP, when we look at the ones for Program 1, we did explain that the reduction was due to that some of them are compliance indicators, and we do report on them in the other oversight structures. For example, the percentage of interns enrolled against funded posts. We are required to provide a progress report to DPSA around this indicator. On the number of sports and arts and culture is in Mbizo Health, it's one of the indicators that are then monitored through the programs of the department in the operational plan. The one on the 30 years of democracy, it was based on the celebration of the 30 years of democracy. So it was linked to the last financial year. The one on the percentage of councils and boards that are fully constituted, we have stated that it is a compliance indicator, and we fully monitor it under the entity oversight directorate in the department, and it is reported accordingly. And then when we go to the programs, some of the indicators were consolidated to streamline the implementation, and then we improve the impact in the achievement of the desired outcome. And also it was to ensure that we maximize the implementation of the indicator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Tebogo, on the national federations, please.
No, thank you so much, DG and Chairperson. Thank you so much. Chair, when it comes to matters of the transformation, especially where we see as far as the performance in this current financial year was at 59%, we want to emphasize that through the EPG, the Minister has emphasized the need for us to strengthen the work of the EPG to ensure that federations become compliant, but are also able to move to ensure that they are representative of the demographic profiles and there is enabling access. On the part of department, through Minister, we have seen that there are multiple number of dimensions that the EPG focuses on. One of them is creation of access. So Minister has made a deliberate and dedicated effort to ensure that we build infrastructure, this multi-purpose courts. We also, through MIG, open and build more facilities in communities so that the various sporting courts can have access to practice. But with that, is the support through through sports equipment, as he has explained earlier. I won't go into details, but also in terms of school sport, is to ensure that school sport does not become just a pie in the sky at the national or provincial level, but becomes rooted in communities through ensuring that we create this regular participation program at community level. And that's the effort that Minister was talking about what are the things that must be done to ensure that school sport becomes a visible program within communities other than what exists in the national. And that those are the kind of interventions, because through these interventions, federations then will be able to have a multitude of programs and accessibility through infrastructure and equipment to practice sporting codes. Obviously, one of the things that we must also be able to pay attention to is how all these efforts then contribute to building a pipeline. How do we then monitor through this national programs that we have to monitor that the program coming from bottom are also reflected at upper levels, and those are the kind of things that we've got to improve on, including governance of this very same federations through the efforts that of interventions that Minister has embarked on with the various federations. So I think that in itself, in a nutshell, will help us monitor the pace of transformation and to see that we improve on the performance, the federations are able to improve on the performance as opposed to what transpired this financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Teboho. On the question, Honorable Chair, regarding implementing agencies for artists in schools and the issues regarding artists in schools, I had also committed to coming back with the specific provinces. So the two provinces that had failed to submit adequate evidence was Northwest and Free State. And Northern Cape, we discontinued the program with them in 24-25. So in 24-25, after the midterm adjustment, where it was evident that Northern Cape implementing agent that they had identified was not fully complying to the requirements, we withdrew them, and we had a total target of 8 instead of 9, which is informed by the number of provinces. But at the end of the financial year, Northwest and Free State still had inadequate evidence that was being supported. The Acting Chief Director on Culture will just explain what is being done around those particular implementing agencies, which includes a legal process that is being followed. Chair Masana, through the chair.
Thank you, ADG. Yes, indeed, we had the 8 implementing agencies and the 2 that did not respond adequately to all the TIDs. It was the Free State and the Northwest, but at the moment, the Free State, we have received all the documents and we are busy processing the file as all the documents have been received. And in terms of the Northwest, this was done through the Zwelopili agency, and they did not report adequately as well. And we have sent a consequence management letter that has been sent to the agency. And we're also working through the legal processes to institute legal processes so we can recover the funds from the agency as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
There were also no issue raised by Honorable Molatani on the alignment. Did we speak to that? And the capacity, the capacity as well, steps to enhance the capacity within the department. Because after Friday's meeting, I must say that it was clear that we do have capacity issues.
No, thank you, Chair. I had thought that Mahlobo had spoken to that, but let me just add then, Chair. In terms of the issue of capacity I didn't quite hear the question on alignment, but I would respond to it if it can be clarified. But on the issue of capacity constraints, yes, indeed, Chair, we are sitting with 500 plus employees. At the beginning of this financial year, we embarked on a fully flung recruitment process that has seen several posts that were vacant being advertised, and the selection process with regard to those posts is at different stages as it is. However, so as not to create a vacuum around some of the service delivery capacity issues, we have also retained the contract workers, even though they are at an operational level, not at the level of management. We have retained them to make sure that there are no capacity pressures that are created, at least not at the operational level. So those contract workers are still with us up until the posts that are vacant, that are affected, have fully been filled. The issue of alignment, Chairperson, I'm not sure whether it was with regard to the reduction of key performance indicators under from 6 to 2. I heard that Sidi Mahlobo had responded to that, but I can further add if the response was insufficient.
Honorable Molotani, are you happy with the response on the alignment, or do you want to clarify?
Chairperson, the reason I've asked that question further, it's because, remember last week, Friday, the same thing regarding the capacity. I've asked regarding the capacity when it comes to Muzanzi Golden Economy. And the department did agree to, yes, they don't have the capacity. That is why I've came back again to ask the question regarding the capacity. Really, Chairperson, can the department be open to us so that we can know what is happening? You cannot say we don't have capacity. On the other side, we have capacity. Exactly where are we? Because we are now standing in the middle. We don't know whether we are moving left or we are moving right, Chairperson.
I agree. You want to add, Dr. Kumalo?
No, Chair, the honourable member have clarified the question, and I think I've responded to the question. I did confirm that we have put a recruitment plan, which we are now in the process of implementing in recognition of the issue of capacity. However, with MGE specifically, we did respond on Friday, Chair, to say that the structure itself, the organogram, was not in sync with the delivery model that needed to be implemented by the department. Hence, I indicated on Friday that Minister has just signed off and approved the organogram, which is now going to go to the DPSA. However, we continue to fill the vacant post, but retain the contract workers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. The Honorable Potgieter, please proceed.
Thank you,
Chair,
Chair. Can
how
you
do
hear
you
me?
count the hands, Chair? How do you count the hands?
Honorable Kobani, when members raise their hands, it comes up in sequence. So I'm accepting those names in that particular sequence. You are next.
Thank you.
You are next to Honorable Potgieter. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentations and some of the explanations to date. I just want to say, Chair, the presentations themselves seem to lack a lot of detail with regards to, you know, the initiatives and the APPs that the department has put across, which I think is why we are having to ask so many questions, because they are contained in annexures that are not in the report. I would maybe recommend that going forward that a lot of this detail is included within the reports so that it doesn't necessitate, you know, the confusion that is being held at the moment. I know that the DG explained with regards to why some of the APPs show no targets and programs were moved forward to other terms. But I do think this needs to be included within the reports themselves. Otherwise, it kind of just looks like there's no targets and we're undertaking projects, without any budget. I'd also like to fully understand, and I think there was a brief explanation, and I apologize if I missed some of that, but there's certain provinces which seem to be repeatedly excluded from program benefits, and those being the Gauteng, the Western Cape. I know there was mention of the Northwest and Free State, but the Northern Cape and Mpumalanga are also included in that. If the department can advise what steps they'll be taking to stop recurring underspending, the late transfers that have been happening, and the weak contract management. In terms of their program 1, if they can explain why they've reduced performance indicators from 6 to 2, despite the fact that they oversee 6 sub-programs and they have over 500 staff. The structured meetings that replaced, I think my colleague asked this, the 5 cancelled in BZOs, if we can be taken into confidence on who attended and what they cost. I know there were attendance registered attached to the annexures, but a lot of them cannot be opened. When the files were zipped, there was some sort of error with the path name. There was one attendance register that related to a National Youth Indaba event. And I'm trying to understand the correlation to the sports department itself, because the entire Indaba consisted on a dialogue on youth and economic empowerment, the role of youth towards water security in South Africa, and youth success stories. So I'm not quite sure what role the sports department or even the arts and culture department, portions played in this, if they can just advise. The names and objectives, and in some cases the costs are included, but not always, as well as the outcomes of the 41 programs in program 2. Can we get this broken down into sport versus recreation and all of the details included? Because it seems to give us some bits, but not the whole story. There were 71 hubs, clubs or schools that were given equipment in quarter 1, again, despite there being no targets. And I think they've somewhat addressed that, but I think if we can maybe get a document that shows where equipment was given when the target was moved into a different quarter. The 2025 National School Sport Championship, if we can get the total cost of that, and a breakdown of the learners that were included. In the quarter 1, 25-26 report, only 6 of the provinces benefited from school sports support. Again, Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Gauteng were excluded. I'd just like to understand how the department is going to address this sort of imbalance of equity. Then the transfers to SASCOC and the Sports Trust being repeatedly delayed. Can we understand what accountability is in place to prevent this going forward, but also to address what's happened? There are no targets under Program 3 in quarter 1 for key indicators such as creative jobs and capacity building. In quarter 4, there was evidence missing for 69 out of the 304 artists placed in the schools. If the department can advise that those stipends were still paid, and if so, how will funds be recovered if they cannot be verified? If we can also get a verified list of the artist placements by province and school, and confirm when their last participation was monitored. In Program 4, it seems that the bursaries and repatriation policy reports are repeatedly underreported. If the department can explain that. The procurement delays in flags, national symbols, and national orders, which caused underspending, can we, be taken into confidence of what measures will prevent this in the future? If we can also get a provincial breakdown of the libraries and heritage projects that were supported, and the sort of disparities in distribution, if those can be explained. Then I'd also like to understand the overspending in quarter 1 by 14.8 million. Whereas programs 2, 3, and 4 were underspent by over 95, 42, and 10 million respectively. Has the department got controls that are in place to prevent last-minute rush spending and grant misclassifications? And if they can advise on the consequence management that has been applied to the delays in transfers, compliance enforcement, and the MOAs. Then I'd just like clarity on something, Chair, that has come up recently, and it is a bit unclear, so perhaps the Minister can advise on this. There seems to be some sort of funding debacle with the women in boxing at the moment, with some promoters claiming that they haven't received the funding that was promised by the departments and they're having to cancel certain events. So if possibly the Minister or the department can explain whether or not there are, discrepancies or arguments with regards to this funding, and how this is going to affect the events for women in boxing. I must say, the articles or the statements that are being made are not very clear, and there don't seem to be any responses from the department itself or any particular statements from artists. But it is concerning in itself if it is going to affect a sort of year-long program in this respect. Then I'd also like to understand whether or not the department has allocated or reallocated funds, rather, outside the approved APP and budget, and if so, which programs and how much have they funded? If they've sought Treasury approval for any off-budget initiatives in 24-25 or in 25-26, and what the outcome was, and whether or not there were projects that were promised but not implemented due to a lack of funding. And if so, why were these announced without allocations? I'd also like the department just to clarify whether or not they can justify overspending in the administration while they are underspending in core delivery programs like recreation and arts. Thanks, Chair.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Again, let's take the responses in clusters. Can I start with you, Didi Chindim, on heritage-related questions, please?
Thank you very much, DG, and greetings to the chairperson, to the members of the committee, Minister and the Deputy Minister. I'm just addressing myself to an issue of bursaries being underreported. Let me say that last year, or in the previous financial year, the bursary, our target was 45, but we have reduced the target to 25 this year. I don't know whether the honorable member is looking at that, hence the issue of reporting arises. But let me also explain why we had to move, we reduced the number to 25. I think over the years, I think this bursary dates back to maybe 2007, if I'm not mistaken, or 2011. We've been producing a lot of graduates. More particularly, you would find a lot of graduates dealing with matters of museums, archaeology, and other areas that are not that much in high demand. And we are trying to come up with a new strategy now of looking at those rare skills within the heritage sector. For instance, areas of conservation, restoration, more of technical skills, not just academic, because the idea is it doesn't help us to produce a lot of graduates who are walking around with museum studies and the like, and there are no job opportunities, and yet we could be producing people who really can even employ themselves. They are artisans in a way, because if you are doing conservation, you're doing restoration of objects, that gives you more of a competitive edge to not just wait for employment, but to also do work for yourself. Now, with regards to repatriation, I didn't understand what the honorable member was saying if the member says that we are underreporting on that.
She argues it's underreported.
I beg yours, Chairperson?
The member argues it is underreported.
That's what I'm saying as well, Chairperson. And I don't understand why, because the issue of repatriation, we've put it as part of our indicator for this year. We have also indicated that the reporting is an annual reporting. So at this point in time, Chairperson?
I'm requesting Honorable Potgieter to clarify.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I think that's exactly it. It's the indicator, doesn't show any output. It also doesn't mention that. So while it's stated in this particular meeting, for me, it's important that it's in the report. The report is what is available to the public and to us at later stages. It doesn't help us to have half the information given to us verbally in a meeting. It needs to be in the report itself. Thanks.
I agree. I think at some stage that the minister also have an indication to the nation on what is his total in doing that and liaising with the presidency in this regard. Are you in a position to have a target on that?
I could actually provide a report, but I think that the report also is going to come quite clearly, Chairperson, after the second quarter, or when we report for the second quarter, because there's a lot of work that has happened in terms of visiting Angola, the sites in Angola, doing the grave mapping, looking at the cemetery records, and of course, the team will also be soon going back to start looking at the issues of exhumation of those freedom fighters whose families would have been contacted. So we will be providing that update report, Chairperson. So I do then understand where the honorable member is coming from when it comes to matters of underreporting, but we will be reporting in the second quarter because it's I did indicate, you raised this matter, Chairperson, of this indicator, and I did indicate how intricate it is because we are going to the war zone. It's very difficult to say by this time we would have come up with this, but we will be taking into confidence the members of the portfolio committee throughout the intricate processes of discovering these graves. Sometimes you do not find the graves. It's long time ago since more particularly in the Angolan front, it was a war zone. It's not an easy process, but we will indeed, from time to time, update the members of the committee. With regards to the libraries, I think that there is as part of the documents, there is a very clear indication of libraries that have been supported. You might be talking about the fourth quarter report. I think that there's a list that has been given there. And I think that also the colleague, Mr. Bekegana, can come in to indicate maybe for the purpose of looking at the first quarter report this year. But I think that for the fourth quarter, there was a well-outlined number of libraries that have been supported in different parts of the country. With regards to the national symbols, if I'm not mistaken, I heard something about national symbols. I would request Mr. Mabaso to maybe come in and provide a bit of response there. Thank you very much.
Before we move on from program 4, Mr. Mabaso and Mr. Kekana, if you want to add, please just take 1 minute each because we have got a lot of other questions to respond to.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mabaso. Concerning national symbols, we have resumed with the procurement of the flags. We buy handheld flags and standard flags for the distribution, especially to schools and other institutions. Therefore, in the third quarter, there will be clarity, especially with spending in this regard. Thank you.
Mr. Kekana, you want to add?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DG, and thanks to the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I really don't have much to add. Mr. Ndima has dealt with the issue. There is a list of libraries that is attached as an annexure, but also if you look at the department's APP, you will see the list of libraries towards the end of the document that are being funded every year. So thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Chairperson, we would now move and deal with all the sport-related questions. Acting DDG would lead on that one. And if also colleagues could deal with the issue of delayed transfers, SASCOC and Sport Trust were mentioned. Please, Tebogo, go ahead.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you. Let me just go straight to the questions. The first one being around the delays in terms of school sport equipment and in fact to clubs, hubs and schools. In the first quarter, generally in the first quarter, most provinces prefer to do the planning and the administrative processing, including identification of the beneficiaries that are to receive. So you'll find that in terms of the distribution, there will be a low target in the first quarter, and not that it is deflate, but then the remainder of the quarters, the third, fourth, and fifth, that's where you see the increase in terms of the distribution of equipment of sports attire and equipment to the beneficiaries. Coming to the total cost of championships, I'll get you the totals, but generally what happens is that from the national side, you'll see a lower expenditure in terms of the championships. However, we have distributed and allocated the hosting funds to the hosting provinces. In this instance, it was Free State and it was KZN that hosted in the first quarter. It was the Free State in the first quarter. So, and a breakdown of what was the expenditure of the championship, including the cost per province, we'll share, and I can send that through. But that's how we have distributed that. As we indicated, as far as the program implementation of school sport is concerned, especially in the first quarter, yes, you'll see that only a few provinces were able to have programs. We indicated that only 20 out of a possible 52 programs were implemented in the first quarter, precisely because of this change management that we were embarking on in the first quarter, trying to redirect the program of school sport. But essentially, all provinces have been allocated resources to ensure the full implementation. So those that were able to complete on time were able to implement programs. But you'll see now, coming to the second, third, and fourth quarter, there'll be a full implementation where all provinces have got programs that they would have implemented for school sport. So there is no exclusion of any province because even with allocation, we give allocation to all provinces. So the planning and delivery takes place within the province with its stakeholders. So sometimes there's delays among the stakeholders and the implementing partners. As far as the transfers to SASCOC and the Sports Trust are concerned, one of the things that...
Can I just interrupt you there? My apologies.
Okay.
Why planning in the new year where implementation is meant to take place?
Chair, as I indicated, as far as the program, especially delivery of the school sport programs in the districts and in the provinces is concerned, as I indicate, there was a bit of a delay because of the interventions that we're making to ensure that there's full scale of implementation. So those discussions overran into the first quarter because of the changes that we were introducing. Generally, we have a business plan that we adopt and implement with the provinces long before the beginning of the financial year. So in this instance, we've had to make a pause in terms of implementation, and something that we've had to do this year because of what DG indicated, that we needed to adapt to the 7th administration priorities and ensure that we accommodate, but also intensify with our partnership with DBE, our provision at the local level, because that has always been a difficult and a challenging area in terms of the partnership that we have with the DBE. So that was the reason for the delayed implementation. Not that there was no implementation, but it was delayed because of those ensuing discussions. As far as transfers to SASCOC and the Sports Trust are concerned, Chair, you know, if there's anything that we have as a challenge in the department is the issue of managing transfers. And week in, and on quarterly basis, Auditor General reminds us of the control measures that we must have with regard to this. So with this, we've taken a strict measure that we need to have all the documents, audited statements, we need to have business plans, we need to have SLAs all in place. And we need also to have a report coming from based on the previous allocations that we've done. And as you know, SASCOC had their AGM sometime in May. So adoption of this would have taken some time for them to even transfer, for us to be able to get the audited statement before we can even do the transfer. So that's partly the reasons why we would not have transferred on time with regard to this. But otherwise, where permissible, I think in the second quarter, we did assist them to even go to the Region 5 games. That's after we have received all the necessary documents. So you'll see a change in terms of the expenditure in the quarter 2 provision. I think my colleagues, Mr. Mncube, is here if there's anything I missed out as far as the questions are concerned, and Songias as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If all the areas around the sport are covered, I would like to just, Chair, respond to some of the questions that we're also cutting across in terms of the reduction of targets, but also zoom back into the issue of artists in schools. Honorable Member Potgieter, I think as we had indicated earlier on, in terms of the reduction of targets, it was basically a need for us to realign to the 3 strategic goals of the medium-term development plan. And there was about 5 reasons based on which this realignment and reduction was made. It wasn't necessarily to defer accountability, but it was to bring more focus in terms of the deliverables that we do, so that we are focused on specific goals that we, as government and as department, we want to achieve. So basically what then happened, for instance, in Program 1, as you had made reference to that, is there are compliance indicators there that would had to remain, for instance, around the payment within 30 days. But there are others which were then removed from the APP, but remain within the operational plans of the respective programs. For instance, the issue of giving opportunities of employment in a form of internship, that actually remains. It's no longer in the APP, but it continues to be reported by HR and monitored by ourselves through our quarterly and monthly reporting. So that would be one of the reasons. For instance, the other one in Program 3, which you would not see in the APP, because it was deemed to be operational, and it continues because it's the mandate of the department, is the responsibility around translation and editing of any documents that come from national government, departments, and entities. That is an operational responsibility that used to sit within the APP. So it now continues within the National Language Services operational plan, but you would not then see it in the APP as we align and we bring strategic focus in terms of deliverables. Some of the indicators were consolidated. The 4th reason there is around the mode of implementation changed, and which then meant that the target or the performance indicator was adjusted or excluded. Lastly, it is aligning, as I said, to the issues around the MTDP. We have, however, noted what you are saying, Honorable Member, in terms of a need to give more detail. If you look at, for instance, Quarter 4 report, as a result of also the guidance and the comments that we have received from the portfolio committee, the current portfolio committee specifically, ever since we started to have meetings, we have enhanced the report, bringing other aspects that show cause in terms of either the implementation, or if there's a challenge, we will then indicate that in this particular area there is a challenge, and this is how the challenge is actually being addressed. But we've noted what you are saying in terms of the need to then bring in, if we are sitting with a 142 pager, for instance, in the PowerPoint presentation, that is why we will then bring other evidence in form of annexures which I believe is why the chairperson was also asking the secretariat to make sure that they distribute all those documents that we've made available. But we have taken into account your point. Minister is going to speak also further to specifically the issues of boxing that were raised. I'm not
Before
delegating
Minister is
upwards,
going,
but I was
Dr.
asked.
Kumalo, before the Minister is going, there's still two or three issues outstanding from Honorable Potgieter. She was asking the question on the youth in Daba, and she want an understanding the department's involvement.
Yes,
I want to add the Durban July there as well. The department's involvement. How do they get involved? Then I want to go one step back, Dr. Kumalo, on the issue of the imbalances of the provinces. There are concerns, and there is now been very, very serious comment being made by your department that the federations is because of provinces was planning late. I actually want to quote Mr. I think Mkube that said that the provinces have already done their planning. That was what I said. But it has been made clear that provinces has not done their planning. So this issue lies now between the department and between provinces. Because as we are sitting here today in this meeting, members are being approached on funds. And that's why I take it for granted the word was used, the funding debacle by Honorable Potgieter. So it is a funding debacle now, because I cannot see that members are being approached and the department is now blaming those particular federations that did not plan. So I really want clarity here, unless someone is lying under oath for us. Proceed on, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Deborah would come back on that issue, the last issue specifically, but I was still going on responding to the questions from Honorable Potgieter. She had also asked a question around the artists in schools, and I think we've responded to that, Honorable Member. You have also asked that we provide the list of artists that we are making reference to in terms of this specific program, and we are confirming that we would do so. In terms of there not being, there are targets in quarter one regarding program 3, as you would have seen in the presentation. However, most of the key performance indicators in program 3 are very much linked to the issues of funding. So during quarter one, mostly the process will then be concentrating on finalization of signing some of the MOAs, be it with the people that have been successful in funding or any others like the implementing agencies within the provinces for a variety of programs, be it community health centers or any other programs. However, as we indicated, even if that particular key performance indicator is not due for reporting in that particular quarter, what we would do through our M&E unit is continue to track it, which is why you see in our report how they are reporting in terms of the status of each of the key performance indicators. With respect to, I was just trying to check with my colleagues. I'm trying to see the reference to the National Youth Indaba. But if the honorable member is making reference to what we are reporting on the National Youth Development Program that we did in June, and then if I'm not answering specifically the part you are making reference to, you can redirect me, honorable member. But that particular one, what we would normally do in the month of June is run awareness programs, educational programs that actually give more information to the young people on career opportunities in the department, but we don't only concentrate in the department. We would also bring our entities, we will also bring all other departments that would be available to come and display. There would be exhibition stands where young people will go from exhibition stand to exhibition stand to actually interact with that particular exhibitor. And then we'll have speeches, etc. So that's the one that is actually run by the department or organized by the department. But the honorable member was saying there is one that is in our report that is organized by some other department, and perhaps you can clarify so that I can then provide that response. But the one we have in our report is to do with the June activity that is giving information on career opportunities and such in the space of sport and the cultural and creative industry. Chairperson, with the, I think there was a bit of a confusion around the issue of Durban July, and I've heard this question coming time and again. National Department is not involved in the Durban July. And I think also at NCOP, I heard the MEC of KZN mentioning their participation as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in the province. But what I think might have created a confusion, because I saw it in the media articles, was a DDM project that we are undertaking and we are doing with Enterprise Ilembe, which covers the Ilembe district area, where because of an existing MOU, because of a heritage site that has recently been declared in Ilembe, we then partnered on different activities. Now, what different areas in KZN would do, at Umlazi, at Umhlanga, Palito, and other areas, if it is Durban July weekend, the first weekend of July, they would then run activities which in name, they will then make reference to them as Durban July experience, etc. So the department partnered with Enterprise Ilembe with respect to a variety of programs, including an experience, they called it an experience around Durban July, and bringing people that participated in Durban July into the area of Umhlanga, Palito, etc. So there is no involvement of the department in the Durban July event as we know it, Chairperson. Imbalances, Tebogo, if you can just talk to the issues of imbalances that the Chairperson has come back on.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. And maybe when it comes to issue of the funding debacle on federation, I think Minister has expanded on that. In fact, the approach and the funding approach speaks to deliberately and effectively addressing the needs of the federation, especially in terms of where the pressure points are currently at with regard to the federation. So they will differ from one federation to the other. For instance, we have now netball that has a Gibraltar and a netball tour. They're going to Gibraltar for the under-20 championships and a netball tour. So ordinarily we would have given them just a minimal allocation, and that will not cover all the expenses. So in the meetings, this is where some of these things are then being highlighted to say, look, we need to respond to the pressure points where they exist. So what would be an imbalance would be in a form of maybe not equal amounts for the same equal responsibilities that or unequal responsibilities that they have. And these discussions are ongoing. I think at some point we'll find a winning approach that says how then do we fund federations and how should their business plan look like, so that we don't have any changes in mid-implementation of the programs. There was also one question that was missing earlier on around women in boxing and the funding, the 300,000 funding that we give for women in boxing. This funds come from the conditional grant. So conditional grant is the allocation that goes directly to provinces. So each province receives that ring fence 300,000 precisely to promote and support directly, deliberately professional women boxers. Now, this is the allocation that provinces must use to facilitate the boxing bouts that involve their provincial women professional boxers. So it is not about promoters. It is more about the boxer, the athlete themselves, and not the promoter, whether a promoter is a male or a female, but more about an athlete, a female boxer. And that's where some of the provinces somehow gets to misinterpret and don't follow this thing through. So we have had discussion with BSA together with provinces to say they need to work closely with the provinces to facilitate and ensure that women boxers are the ultimate beneficiaries of this Women in Boxing dedicated funding. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
We still had one question. Sorry, Honorable Member. I just wanted to, my colleagues have come back to provide clarity on the youth in Daba. It was in Postpac as indicated in the report. And we participated as a department in terms of our youth programs and using the platform to make sure the youth that attended are aware of the opportunities, but it's very much in line with the one that we ourselves organize. Chair, I had said Minister had just asked to be given an opportunity to also speak to the issues of boxing. Thank you very much.
Minister, proceed.
I'll be very quick, Chair. I think the issue of boxing has been touched on. I've learned a few days ago about what's really happening with women in boxing. That is the issue that's on the MINMEC that I'll put on the agenda, because I think there's a dysfunction between government and province in as far as there is concerned and the funding. I just think we need to refresh that. But I want to come back to something quickly. The question was earlier raised by Honorable Mletani, that the municipality is 80% done with the work at Orient Theatre. I've just been informed. I wanted to come back with that. And as soon as they're 100% done, we will then get back to that. Thank you so much. I just needed to give the portfolio that information.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Potgieter, did you have a follow-up? I'm going to give you only one opportunity.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just on the Indaba itself, perhaps maybe I'm confused, Chair, and you can correct me, but that attendance register is basically full of, water officials from various provinces, national and municipalities. It also consisted of 3 attendants from a KZN CET college. That was it. So in essence, it was a water Indaba, which dealt with job security or jobs in water security, etc. It shows no affiliation to sports, arts and culture, which is why I'm trying to understand what the role of the department was. And that, it's important that funding is allocated to the activities that they are responsible for. But if you look at that attendance register, it's just water officials. It's not members of youth or people from colleges and universities, etc. And I think that's where my confusion is coming in. And just with regards to the woman in boxing issue, my issue is not with the promoter. I don't even know who the promoter is. My issue is with the fact that they are stating that event is being cancelled because a portion of the money is being withheld in order to build a boxing ring that wasn't part of the original agreement. So what I'm asking for is clarity on whether or not that event is going to go ahead and whether or not it affects the entire series. But I think it's quite serious. And, this goes to my, my experience and continued experience through various other people in development in women's sports. It's not taken seriously. And, it's kind of brushed aside and we're given these half answers. And to be honest, I'm not happy with the responses. I'm happy that the minister is going to take this up. But if this event is cancelled, it has a serious effect on the women that are supposed to participate in this particular event. And that needs to be taken seriously. It needs to be resolved. Whether the issue is with province or it's with national, nobody cares. The event needs to happen. They were promised something, they were given a platform, and now it's being taken away. And that's what I'm trying to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. Dr. Kumalo, would you like to respond with particular
Yes,
reference to whether the event will take place and also whether there will be some sound intervention by the department?
Sorry, Chair, before Dr. Kumalo, can I just say something
Please do
in
it,
response
Minister.
to Honorable Potgieter? Honorable Potgieter is 100% correct, and I agree with her. We cannot just say, yeah, we're going to look into it. There's women that trained, there's women that got ready for the event. I can give the assurance right here, together with an instruction to the staff, that we need to save that series. We have to do that because those women they didn't suck it out of their minds that they're going to have the series. I mean, this was a commitment by whether it's province, whether it's national. They went on a commitment base. So I can give Honorable Potgieter the assurance that we will save the series. And there's also an instruction to the staff that we have to do, and we have to make sure that we refund the huge financial loss that those women has thing. But also allow me to say something very sad that I've learned since becoming a minister, Honorable Chair. Women's sport is really not being taken serious, not only by the usual suspect. Everybody will say government doesn't take it serious. But you know, Chair, I went to a big game at Etlund Stadium. We were playing against the All Black women, a rugby game. And the stadium was, I think, 4,000 people. And we were also happy that at least there's 4,000 people. Sponsors have not really come to the party in a big way when it comes to women's sponsorship. Federations has not come to the party. We as government has not really fully come to the party. So I'm not going to give an excuse because I see that we must get to a stage where we handle the women's sport the same as they do in America. And the DM has made a big announcement the other day to the female rugby players and say, we will not rest until you get equal pay. So I just needed to say that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. We have to move on.
Sorry. My apologies, Chair. But there were questions, I'm reminded by the CFO, on issues of budget that came from Honorable Potgieter that we didn't respond to. I don't know whether you are now asking.
That was the overspending of 14.8 million.
Yes, and the allocations.
Vis-a-vis the overspending in administration.
Yeah, CFO is ready. Apologies, I had just missed him. CFO.
Thanks, DG, and through you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, that over expenditure and administration is under goods and services, under operating lease. That is the rental that we pay for our 28 entities. And that shortfall has been with us even in the previous financial year. And that is the cause of that over expenditure. And of course, we are trying to engage public works because this is the building that occupied by our public entity, but through public works. So those are your state properties. But we are trying to renegotiate the rental so that it can come down or also get a discount when we also rehabilitate or maintain those buildings. And then the issue of, there was also a question on environment and shifting. For the current financial year 25-26, there was no any environment or shifting that we have made. As you know that the budget was approved in August. So if the budget has not been signed off by the president, you can't do any shifting of environment. So for this current financial year to date, we have not. But in the previous financial year 24-25, we did make environment and shifting, including during adjustment budget. And all that we requested from National Treasury, it was approved, Chair. We don't have any rejection on what we have requested. I'll end there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, CFO. Honorable Potgieter, on the issue of the youth in Daba, As I've indicated, this was implemented in collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation, but we can give you a full report. It also included Water Research Council and the University of Johannesburg, and it was mostly around a dialogue, creating a dialogue amongst youth, especially around the issues of active citizenship, but also talking to issues of employment opportunities. But we can finish the honorable member through the chairperson a fuller report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, Honorable Kobani, is his opportunity now. I would like to invite honorable members to use the interpreter. My gadget, I press on more, then it shows interpret, and then you choose the language. I am giving now an opportunity to Honorable Kobani.
Nikesile mfambwa xitulu minister na voko ra minister ti-colleagues hinkwenu ta sports arts and culture portfolio. Mina ni lava ku tiva ni yi twile ripoto ya timali hi ku hambanahambana. Xana vanhu va ka hina va ya rila another 30 years na? Hi ku ni vona swilo a swi tshamisekangi, swa ndhavuko vunanga hinkwaswo a swi le ku fambeni, minister. Xana swilo leswi mi ngo mi swi endla swa nhlohlometo ya mitlangu na le swikolweni mi vula a ti-township or ka ti-suburbs, hikuva ni hina hala makaya a hi swi voni. Hala kaya a swi kona. Xin'wana lexi ni xi vulisaka lani, ku na nationally, ku na province, ku na district, ku na local municipality. Mistake leyi yi endlaku la, national yi la ku endla program ya yona, province yi la ku endla program ya yona, district ti la ku ti endla program ta tona, ku ve ni swilo hinkwaswo swi le ka local municipality. Swisiwana swi tele hala kaya, vinyi va timali ta South Africa, Afrika-Dzonga hi lava nga le kaya swisiwana. Lomu swikolweni a ka ha dyondzisiwi ndhavuko na vutshila. Xana hina or n'wina va government for 30 years or 31 years a mi endla yini nkama lowu hinkwawo? Hi ku namuntlha ta byi va hi kha hi kuma ti-report hi ku hambanahambana, ti-report hi ku hambanahambana, mara vanhu a va tsaki. Xana vanhu va hina va ta sula rini mihloti? Xana ndhavuko wa hina wu ta vuya njhani a tikweni ra hina Afrika-Dzonga? Timali ta huma ni vulavula hi mabiliyoni. Xana mali leyi yi tirha yini ku hala makaya a hi swi voni? Hala makaya va le ku hluphekeni. That is why mi vona vana va hina va tsutsuma a ti-village-ini va ya Joni. Hikuva ni swilo swi endleka a Joni a swi endleki a timitsweni ta South Africa. A hi endleni swilo a timitsweni. South Africa yi khomi hi makaya ku nga ti-village. Mi ta report-a timali lembe na lembe, mara a ku na lexi endlekaku aka community ya Afrika-Dzonga. Mitlangu hi ti-September a ku ri South Africa leyi fanele yi saseka hi ti-heritage ta hina, kambe ku na xihlawuhlawu mi swi endla kwele tilokixini, kwele ka ti-suburbs, kwele madorobeni. Xana mali leyi a yi endleli hina vinyi va South Africa na? Mina a ni swi voni, ni tshama ti-village-ini a ni voni nchumu lexi mi vulavulaka hi xona kwalano. Mo vulavula na lembe na lembe ku ri thikithi ri famba ku hela n'hweti mi kuma muholo, a ni voni lexi hi endlaka xona hi mali. Why hi nga etli hi ta la ku nga na vanhu ku fana loko hi lava ti-vote hi ya ka vanhu? Loko mi languta nambara yo tala leyi votaka a hi ti-suburbs na township, i ti-village. A hi yiseni ndhavuko wa hina, mitlangu ya hina ka vanhu. Mi vulavula hi social cohesion leyi endlaku hi department ya hina. Department ya hina hi yona yi endlaku ntwanano wa rixaka. A yi le ku vonakeni ku hlanganisa South Africa. Only soccer ku nga Bafana Bafana. Lava va hlanganaku hinkwavo va va nyandha yin'we. Mara kun'wana ka mitlangu leyi hinkwayo a hi swi koti ku hlanganisa vanhu. Department leya ya arts and culture hi yona yi tisaku ntwanano wa rixaka, social cohesion, mara a hi le ku swi endleni. But mbalavula hi ti-billion, ti tirha hi ti-billion teto. Minister, I told you, wake up. Tomorrow's coming. Tomorrow's ending. Because of talking without action. We're not here to harm each other. We're brother and sister in this portfolio. But let's work for the people. The people that are in the ground as a local municipality. It's like we are competing between the local municipality, national province, who's going to win. And the more you are competing with the local, where is the people in the roots of South African people that don't benefit nothing. That is why our children leave their villages, go to Joburg and stamping. Come to us in the village. Bring everything back for people in South Africa, our culture, our soccer, everything must happen in the villages. Please, is question or no question, I'm addressing this portfolio. I'm addressing you, department. I'm addressing you, minister. Work hard. People who can talk, but show us something. Be a difference with other ministers for 30 years. We are starting to count 1 year with you. We are not counting 30 years on you. Show something to us in South Africa. Artists, everything. Show us. You are the father of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Love them all. No more talking about colors. Let's talk about all. We are all your children. Chair, I still have a 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes. Nabalabula. Midantiwaka. Mina ni kambe untwa kahle minister. Leyi nga duma misava hinkwayo. Mara a ni se vona mpfuneto wa department. Mpfuneto wa vona I xihlawuhlawu. When they do things in the provinces, let me talk about my province. Let's say Mapungubwe. You'll see lots of tribalism in that show. They bring people from Cape, from Joburg. The people from Limpopo that don't enjoy Mapungubwe. But that is the money of the people. We have to, if I lungisa sweswo ku ri vanhu va Limpopo that must enjoy their own celebration of Mapungubwe. Otherwise, we must close it because that money is going for the department, not for us, not for the people. There is a Makufu festival. They never get any artist from Limpopo. But if we do our own shows, the minority is the people for Limpopo who doesn't benefit in the government show because of tribalism, because of hating other nations. But zonda di shakatingwan. Senikombela kuri, minister, for your history, for your good book. You'll remember, people will remember you. Don't focus in apartheid, don't focus in tribalism. Focus as a father, as a leader. That you want to see all the province working very good. Because the money is too much in the government. Get the money. South Africa is under disaster. Make people happy. because people who've been crying from 94 until today were crying. And we must come and do the oversight in Limpopo, where you can see a lot of damage, a lot of corruption. You can see in the chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
I was addressing the answer is only when are you going to release people of South Africa? When are you going to wipe the tears from our people, our artists? Is what I'm asking about. Look, the minister, you do like this. You are so handsome, handsome boy. Eh? Make everything to be handsome. Eh? I'm not here to complain to say what and what, but bring things in the people. I'm not here to harm anybody. We're all brothers and friends. Aye.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kobani. The Minister.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Kobani. You know, I always learn from you. It's true what you're saying that there should not be competition between province and national because we must serve the people. So I'm really, really agreeing with you fully on that matter. Then the issue, there's just 3 quick points. The issue of Limpopo villages. I agree. I come from the village now. The last project I did to open a combi court in the village of, it was deep Bokuta. I don't even know, Honorable, if you've been there. I've never driven like that to Bokuta, where I went to open a multi-million rand facility there. So I understand what you are saying. I could see the happiness.
Mbokota.
Mbokota. No, it is Bokuta. You've not been there, Honorable. So it's near Zanin. So I was there. But in as far as what you are saying, that is so true. You know, we should not look at colored and what was the? We must look at, we are all South Africans. I agree with everything that you've said. We will look at it. And the last part is the artist. You know, Honorable, you are an artist. For the first time, do we have sectors that represent each and every creative sector? For the first time, are we going public now for policies, funeral policies, and hospital plans for artists? It has never happened in 30 years. The first time it's going to happen. For the first time, we're going to have offices for artists because that's part of the exploitation that will have lawyers in it. But that doesn't make us perfect. We can still learn from and drink from your wisdom. So I agree with everything that you said, except the handsome part. Thank you very much, Honorable.
When you are handsome, you are handsome.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have seen the message of the Honorable Mtetwa to balance the representation on the committee. I would invite the Honorable Mtetwa. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good. Is it morning or good day already? Or
it's
good
afternoon
day
already.
It's, good day to the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and the staff, the members, honorable members here present today, and the chairperson. I end with chairperson because you're ending with me these days. So I'm gonna end with you. Thank you very much. To the minister, you just said now, you spoke about let me start with the federations. In your introduction earlier on, you spoke passionately about you working close with federations as opposed to just putting budgets in it. And in our meeting with Athletic SA, you pronounced a forensic investigation on Athletic SA which was supposed to be conducted by SASCOC or monitored by SASCOC. But you have taken the budget from SASCOC this financial year to zero. How are you hoping that SASCOC will be able to do the forensic? Do you have an update report on the forensic that you pronounced on Athletic SA? Second question is on the clusters that you've just spoken to. I don't know whether you listened to the sector people who were there the other day about the MGE, when they narrated exactly what I said about the clusters, the representation, that one, those clusters are personalized instead of institutionalized because there's no regulation nor legislation that gives rise to those clusters. So the day you leave, another minister can come in and say these clusters are nonsensical. And so it's like we are doing things temporarily. We just want to do things to tick the box to say we've done this, or maybe we do things that are ill-informed. We have the will to do things, but we don't really get to. I don't know whether you were listening when they confirmed and confessed that the representation in that meeting, they were not informed prior to that meeting that there would be clusters required for representation. And others might have sent junior members in their organizations. And because they were ambushed to then select people for
Honorable
clusters.
Mtetwa,
Yes.
my apologies. We are dealing with the APP of the department.
No, I'm talking on the issues. It has been raised, the issue of clusters. Chairperson, the minister just raised the issue of clusters to say that he is dealing with the arts. For the first time, he's dealing with the arts and culture. So I cannot avoid asking a question around that.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
So I want to find out whether the minister heard the comments from the industry that was there to come and talk about the MG. I said that they are just doing it because they don't want to be seen as rebellious to the department, and they've been actually forced to participate. No one is willing to take anything, and because they are afraid of being isolated, they are just doing it, but they are not happy about the situation. What is your take on those two questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. Let me start with I've explained earlier with the forensic one that you've mentioned. I have explained earlier that there's this notion that we are totally cutting funding from the SASPOCs of this world. That's not true. We have met with Wrestling SA, we've met with Netball. I'll use this two as an example. And they're getting more money than what they previously got. All we are trying to avoid is the situation that we had with Athletic South Africa, where they got full allocation from the previous administration, full allocation. And when they had to send the athletes to Peru for the youth games, there was no money. And it was upon government to run around finding that money. We're trying to avoid situations like that, where they knew about the youth games and they didn't budget for it, knowing full well that government will not take the egg on the face. That's one. Two, you speak about the forensics. I had a meeting at Sun City with the president of SASCOC, where I wanted to understand how far is the forensic. At no time did he told me that they have a problem with money for that particular forensic department, for that particular forensic investigation. And he even assured me that, I think last week already, that as soon as I'm ready, they will be ready last week with that. That's the second one. So that investigation was done by SASCOC. And then the third one is the cluster representation. You know, Honorable Mtetwa, artists has been struggling since time immortal in South Africa, while in other countries they're flourishing. Now, every minister comes with his own plans of how he thinks he can fix the situation. Now, you are saying to me that the industry people, the people you're referring to, are part of the industry people. They are not the industry people. They are part of them. Because in the clusters, there are people that's very, very happy. But there's a deeper point here, just to show you how they don't take their own industry serious. If the minister, they say they send juniors. Now, right there, tells you who we're dealing with here. If the minister and the deputy minister calls you to a meeting, you send a junior. Whatever decisions that junior takes is upon you. I can't now be called by a minister if I'm of my thing and then I send a junior. So that shows you. But lastly, it has not been all this plan that has been made in the past that they so agree with in the past has delivered poverty. So I'm simply asking for a chance for the plans that this administration is bringing. Nobody can say, we are not dealing here with fortune tellers. Nobody can say it will work, it will not work. But it's different. We've been doing the same things for 30 years. Let's try a different path. I will be the first one to look in the eye and say, I was wrong. But for now, all I'm asking is your indulgence, the indulgence of the committee, to implement how I best think we can fix the plight of our artists, which is close to all of our hearts. Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Minister. I don't know who's telling the truth or who's misleading the other, because I did an oversight at SASCOC. I even saw the letter that says SASCOC is not going to be given any budget. So maybe let me ask a direct question. How much have you allocated for SASCOC in this current financial year? What is the budget? And
All right.
second, okay.
Right. No,
Yeah,
you can ask.
No, continue. You can respond to that.
Usually, we allocate 12 million rand for SASCOC. This year, we didn't allocate money for them. Yes, we did little for all the federations. But that's not the end of the story. And I did say that to SASCOC. I said to SASCOC, I've been working with SARO and breweries, where breweries gave money to SARO. I've been working with SARO, with Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola gave money to SASCOC, to SARO. Now I'm saying to SASCOC, I said, let's do the same, where we go to different companies where they would give you much more than the 12 million. But in the event that you get nothing, we will give you that money. And further than that, Honorable Mtetwa, the other day we paid 9 million rands to send people to Namibia for the youth games against that side. So all I'm saying is that we are not the only source of income for SASCOC. They've got Bidvest giving them money. They've got Mr. Price. But we are saying we are willing to fill that in. It is not all I'm trying to bring in sports. It's a case where people don't sit there behind the desk and wait for government money and don't go out. You know, SARO was in a cash negative position. Today, SARO is in a cash positive position. I've done the same now. I'm doing the same with the SAFA. I spoke to Honor, the company. I said, Honor, can you please help us with SAFA? I'm being told today that developments are at an advanced stage with Honor. And the CEO of Honor told me he's already signed for money for SAFA. So what I'm trying to say to you is that I'm trying to bring in a system where it's not only government money, because for 30 years, it was only government money. And government money didn't help at all. There are federations that understands what we're trying to do, like Netball SA, for instance. But I understand the president of SASCOC told me they are nearly done with the investigation into ASA. What would you do in a case where, like what I had, they got all the money ASA and they couldn't send the athletes were sitting at the airport? As a minister, I have to protect the country. integrity, and I gave money. Now I'm trying to avoid situations like that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mteto, before you proceed, and I think I'm going to direct this to the director. We have a vote 37. Allocations has been made on that particular vote with numbers next to it. So many millions, so many millions. Can Dr. Kumalo explain to us, in particular to Honorable Mtetwa, what happened to that allocation and those monies that has been approved by Parliament? The allocation vote 37, next to it is particular amounts, and after that, Federation received a letter that it will be now reduced. How do we console with this?
Thank you, Chair. The CFO would respond to the question, Chair.
CFO.
No, thanks very much, Chair. And let's start with the issue of the budget process. Indeed, the Federation budget is an earmark fund, meaning that if you have to move money outside the earmark fund, you need Treasury approval. So what allocation letter did or approve is a global figure of what goes to Federation. It didn't approve individual federation. And within the powers of the PFMA, the accounting officer can reprioritize that as long as not reducing the overall budget or increasing the overall budget. In the case of SASCOC, those commitments that were made through the MTF, it does not say the department, in terms of the new priorities, can change those allocations. In the case of SASCOC, indeed, there is no allocation this year, but like we are saying, that fund is an earmark fund. And we have not reduced an earmark fund. We have not increased earmark fund. Only when you then increase that earmark fund, then you'll need a Treasury approval or reduce it. For in case, part of the SASCOC and other reduction that we did on federations went to VAR. VAR is going to be implemented by SAFA. SAFA is within the federation. So ultimately, we have not changed the allocation at the end of the day, but you needed more. That is why when I was answering the previous question of how many shifting we have done this current, we have not done any, but we are now busy with the letter that is already at Treasury to increase the money for federations. I hope I'm not too much technical.
Yeah, thank you. We are running out of time. We have a time schedule up until 1 o'clock because members must prepare for the latest sitting, and we still have 3 or 4 members to speak. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Minister give us the time frame of the forensic investigation? Because I'm sure there are timelines that are put there in terms of the terms of reference. And then in his response, when he responds to the next question, he can add those timeframes, because we can't just wait for forensic investigations without any knowledge of when are those gonna be reported back to us. With the minister having such an appetite of dissolving boards that are dysfunctional, how is ASA operating, Athletics South Africa operating under the pending forensic investigation, as it appears to us that it is business as usual? Why has the minister not suspended the board, not suspended the CEO, or having intervened? Because these people are being investigated, yet they are still operating as if it is business as usual. These are the boards that spend money, taxpayers' money at taverns. You have evidence there, but you haven't suspended them. I'm asking this question in relation to what we just experienced the previous meeting, where members were just dissolved for 1.5. And then let me just go through the questions that I have even for others, because I thought that the minister would be leaving early. That's why I was saying I need to. I want to ask the ministry. One of the things that it is stated on program 1 is that the ministry includes the minister and deputy ministers' salaries and everything, the support. What is the budget of the DM's support? And what is the limit of her discretionary grant for her own legacy projects? Are there any projects that are her legacy projects that are happening in the current financial year? Another question. Program 1 has currently has only 2 performance indicators, significant reduction. I think I had the response somehow on that one. Let me go to another question because I highlighted all the questions that are on SAFA. Number of athletic, this is performance indicator on program number 2. You say number of athlete development programs supported by the sport academies. Banyana, in view, Minister, in view of you having given SAFA 5 million for salaries, and which was said that it will be recouped in this current financial year. And my knowledge is that there's 5 million that you give for the participation of women in sports, which is a 5 million budget. Now, if you are going to give, let's say you are going to give SAFA 5 million, but because you have to recoup the 5 million that you gave them for salaries, it is going to compromise the program. So I want to find out how are you mitigating the issue of Banyana and other women participation? We've seen that Banyana went through a process where they did not get the salaries. How are you mitigating that in view of what you've given SAFA for their salaries? Secondly, and up 2.3, number of sports and recreation programs in communities supported. I heard Dr. Kumalo saying that they've provided evidence. I would like to see that evidence because 41 sport and recreation programs were supported in the first quarter. I would like to see the list of those. The 71 hubs, clubs, or schools were provided with equipment. I want to see the list of that. And if you can speak on the arts in school in terms of providing equipment, because we went on an oversight. We went to a school where we saw kids who were just singing as if they're singing from the street with nothing, with not even a tambourine that they had. So I would like to, not even a uniform that they had to perform. So I would like to find out how many of the 71 speak to arts in school. Okay. And then the list of beneficiaries, which we had always asked for. And then on the issue of outdoor gyms, do you find value in these outdoor gyms? Do you also do these gyms in the suburbs or is it only in the townships? Because I've never seen, if you have any in the suburbs, can you give us an example or a sample of which suburbs have these outdoor gyms? And then Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Gauteng were excluded from benefiting from the programs. Can the department furnish the portfolio committee with a list of areas where outdoor gym facilities will be constructed in each province? Because I saw that there's already an approved program to create. Because I don't understand why should we do one and the same things. Wherever we went to, we saw these gyms. They are dilapidated. They are eroded because they are not covered. The machines have got rust, and nobody's watching. Is looking after those. It is out of the hope of the department that the community will look after them. So there's no concerted effort to say how do we protect this? How do we maintain them? So why do we do one and the same thing and expect different results? Okay, and then I think on the issue of capacity, what capacity building? This is ACDP 3.1. Targets have been achieved. What capacity building programs do you have at schools? What bursaries do you offer for arts and culture sector? Do you have any capacity building and cultural preservation of indigenous music, culture, and academic programs in collaboration with institutions of higher learning? Can you give us examples of such? ACDP 3.1 speaks of languages technology. I'm sure you're talking about technology, but I am concerned about, in the apartheid era, we had what they called language laboratories, because we have an ever-changing world, and our languages, indigenous languages, if we were to write a book now about science in our languages, there are words that would not be able to use, or we won't be able to interpret certain words into our languages because our language has become stagnant. Instead, it has been bastardized. Our languages have been bastardized instead of them developing further. Do we still have the language laboratories? And if we don't have, how do we develop and preserve the languages in terms of the ever-changing world? And then I think it will be the last question, Chairperson. Table 5 shows that the department spent 1.22 billion against the projection of 1.35. I want to know, what are the reasons for underspending? And how do you deal with this underspending? I think one of the things that you said when you were reporting about financials, that you have to pay invoices that were sent for the previous year. Now you are in the new financial year, but you have to pay. But my understanding is that end of the financial year, you have to take back whatever that is left to the treasury. And this is one of the reasons that has led to the department losing money every year, because it is underspending every year. Now, how do you deal with that part of settling invoices in the new financial year with the new budget? How do you do that? I'm just puzzled. How do you do that? And what happens to the new budget and the items that you have listed that you want to use that budget for? And then how does the department, oh yeah, I've asked that one. And I've dealt with the issue of, okay, spending is lower by 42.8 million, which is 12.7% mainly. And yet you have these institutions that facilitate this transfers, and you are paying administration fees for the PEP 6, for instance, to NFVF, NSC, the Business Arts South Africa for human language technology projects. And you've got MOAs with them. My challenge, my concern is that if I have a memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding or agreement with, there are terms, there are delivery, what do they call it? The terms that you have put. Now, if you are failing to distribute the monies that you have to distribute this year, what do you do? Do you declare the finances that were left previously, or do you take it to return? Do these entities return them back? The reason why I'm asking this question is that, Minister, you must know that you have a situation of departments failing to spend the money, and when it is towards the end of financial year, they call friends and say, put anything, any type of proposal, because they want to dispose the money that is left so that they don't find themselves given a particular finding by the Auditor General and also Treasury to say, because underspending is also a non-compliance issue. So I want to know, what do you do? And I'm asking this question because I want Minister to zoom into that situation, because you will find that there are many projects that will be passed without complying towards the end of financial year. I think I'm done, Chairperson, unless there's no clarity, but I hope my questions were clear. I'm not fighting today. I'm just asking straightforward questions.
Thank you,
Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa. The Honorable Mtetwa have asked a number of questions that has been raised with some responses. I think some will be taken up on the minutes and some will be taken up in the written responses. But I must say, Minister, that the Honorable Mtetwa have asked tough questions pertaining to ASA and pertaining to the forensic audit. I have been told myself by the President of SASCOC he is not in a position to do so because of financial constraints. I am seeing him tonight in Bloemfontein, and I will take this matter also again personally up with him. So we need some of the responses on what Honorable Mtetwa have asked. Those that has been responded to yet, we can submit still in writing. The Honorable Minister.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. You know, I think we will see each other tonight in Bloemfontein. All three of us will be there. I have been told by the president of SASCOC that they have done the investigation. Maybe we can just get clarity from him. How far that is. That's one. Two, Honorable Mtetwa was asked, why have I not done the investigation? It's because the Sport and Recreation Act mandates SASCOC to be the body that is oversight, and I have oversight over SASCOC. But I think tonight we'll clarify that one. Another good question that Honorable Mtetwa asked was, what happens with the woman that must benefit from SAFA, seeing that SAFA took like a prepayment to pay the salaries in December? I want to say 2 points about that. Firstly, those salaries was not only for the male soccer players, it was also for female soccer players, the advance that we gave. But what I've done in the meantime, preempting this problem that that Honorable Mtetwa has pointed out.
A receipt.
When you become minister, I will join the portfolio committee. For where you are, Honorable Mtetwa. But what I've done in that process, I went to once again to honor, and I went to SASO particularly, and I said to them, we need money. We need you to continue to give money because SASO has been doing a tremendous job. I said we will need money continuously in order to look at what might become a problem. So I've got my eye on dating Honorable Mtetwa for any problem. In fact, immediately after this meeting, I've got a meeting with the president of SAFA, Dr. Jordan, to discuss that issue. The meeting is set for 2:00. Then the issue of the gyms. You said you've never seen a public gym. I've seen one at the promenade, one of the richer suburbs in Cape Town. When you walk, there's a public gym right there. I think we have, as you rightly put out, been very wrong in how we approach this thing. My approach is more to do it in schoolyards, where there's security, where the school has security to look after the computers, to look after the laboratories, to look after different stuff. And also to give access to the community in as far as those gyms are concerned. But I must tell Honorable Mtetwa, the community truly appreciates that. When you see people not using it, it's because it was vandalized. I also think we just put stuff, as you rightly point out, anyway. And then people can just come and vandalize it. People addicted to drugs. It's free money for them, for lack of a better description. So we are trying to put it into schoolyards where there's security. Then it's true, I'll have to zoom into what you've just said. And all the other questions, Honorable Mtetwa, has been answered previously. You can just go to the minutes and look at it. And if there's something I didn't answer, the department, feel free to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Kumali, want to add?
Yes, Chair. We would like to add responses, and CFO would respond to questions related to budget and spend. He will be followed by Teboho in all the questions related to sport, and there were also other questions. I'll come back after the two have responded. Thank you, Chair.
Now, thanks, DG, through you, Honorable Chair. On the issue of the budget for financial assistance for the DM is about 4 million, for the ministers about 7 million. Issue on salaries for the DM is 2.5, and then for the minister's office is 3 million. So this is everyone on the office of these two. And then the issue of invoices that we mentioned that the 7 million could not be paid. That invoice become an accrual meaning that it overlap in the new financial year and it have to be settled. And the reason we also the same sentiment that you are sharing, Honorable Mtetwa, is also the same that we are sharing with Public Works, because they promise us that 7 million. That is why we make an allocation, because if we knew, we could have moved that money for other priorities that we need. So that is something that we have taken as a department, and also say to Public Works, from now on, moving forward, any invoice that is not with us by February, we are going to deem it not going to be paid, so that we don't make this arrangement and later we can't able to pay. And then the issue of under expenditure, Honorable, indeed, if you spend 2% under expenditure on your budget, that deems non-compliance. And that paragraph, it will reflect also on your financial statement and the audit report. So we have not had that paragraph for the past 3 years, meaning that we have not done non-compliance in terms of under expenditure. Every time we spend 99 point something, which literally is 100%. So we don't have a problem where we must return the over expenditure more than 2%, which is indeed a non-compliance. So that paragraph is not there. We can check going back, like I said, 3 years audit reports, even the current one that the AG will come and present. That is basically that. Thanks, Chair.
No,
Proceed in that sequence.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I just need to indicate to Honorable Member through you, Chair, that the athlete development program and support there, and including the programs delivered through community recreation, all of this are delivered through the conditional grant that is allocated to provinces. So meaning for athletes development program, all elite athletes coming from a particular program will directly receive support from their provincial departments. Same with the delivery of community recreation programs. It will be programs that provinces deliver directly to municipalities and communities and wards within the boundaries of their provinces. So where we say we have 40, for instance, and it's only a few provinces that have delivered, it means other provinces are yet to deliver. And as I indicated in the first quarter, we've had obviously issues of intervention where the scaling is on quarter 2, 3, and 4 as outer quarters. And that also includes the issue where it's indicated that there's an exclusion. Look, from a program delivery point of view to infrastructure development, All provinces have got allocations. All provinces have got targets in terms of what they must be implementing. All provinces are expected to report and account for implementation. And also as a department, we have regular monitoring, both meetings and site visits to all areas where these programs are taking place. So where we do not have a delivery, it would be because of various reasons that include perhaps not planned for the quarter or that there was a delay in terms of a expedition. But we do monitor on a regular basis the implementation of these programs. No province is excluded. All 9 provinces are included, both in budgeting and in programming. Thank you.
Thanks, Tewoko. Can we then have on languages, Lisa, and Masana on bursaries and in arts and culture and other questions related? We'll start with language, the question on languages.
Thank you very much to the DG, and greetings to the chair and honorable members and minister. I think that the Honorable Ntetwa has got quite sort of, it's very profound, the points that are being made around languages, because of course language is a moving target. Our languages are developed every day as we speak, as we communicate in the world. But let me focus on what the department is doing to help to develop these languages. The development that we do happens within really 2 directorates of the department: the directorate responsible for human language technologies, and the directorate responsible for terminology development. Now, in the reporting, you've seen what the terminology, what the language technology unit does. But in recent times, they've done a lot of work to try to develop languages. They've developed spelling checkers for South African languages, speech transcription systems, text-to-speech systems, the terminology management system that we use around terminology development, also language learning tools, machine translation systems, the Outshumato tools, and Omega T, which I think is also used within Parliament, as well as collecting electronic language data for all official languages. We also, as you know, have the translation and editing component, so that around 600 documents are translated every year. That may be a small drop in the ocean, but it's some of the work that has been done. But I think it's important to indicate that our terminology development and coordination services also works on current projects related to terminologies. So we're trying, Honorable Ntetwa, to be at the forefront. The current projects that are worked on are terminology projects around indigenous plants and animals, information communication technology, road safety, sports terminology, social cohesion terminology projects, etc. But I think the important thing is that all of these terms that then are developed are part of a national terminology register, which is in the process of becoming a national term bank. So we're hoping that the National Term Bank will serve as a national hub, not just to archive, but to preserve as well for development purposes, multilingual terminology developed by stakeholders nationally, but then within this ambit of a common electronic sort of bank. And in addition to that, simultaneously aligned to that, we're also working on a national terminology policy to ensure that all stakeholders do deposit the terms that are developed within the confines and the context of this bank. So this is just some of the work that's being done at present. Once a year, we also have a national stakeholder engagement forum where language practitioners who are based in national government departments, state enterprises and entities, as well as provinces, legislatures and municipalities come to a common place over a number of days, share best
Thank you, Lisa.
and the latest.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm seeing the chair now. Thank you very much. I think you've given several examples. Just lastly, Chair, if you just allow us, there were also questions related to the space of arts and culture. I think in the Honorable Tetwa has also highlighted areas that I think on our side are quite glaring gaps comparatively speaking. For instance, the question around the arts equipment, whether there is any that is being provided, the answer is there isn't. Any art equipment, if you are looking at it as against what the sport branch is doing. So for me, I would want to actually acknowledge that, and it becomes one of the areas that, as the new model that Minister was describing continues, we look at how we can be able to bridge that particular gap. Very quickly, without wasting time, Masana, just issues on bursaries, please, if you can respond to that.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Chair, and honorable members and Minister. In terms of bursaries, as cultural development, we currently do not offer any bursaries in the cultural development space, but under the ACPD, we do have the National Language Services that offer bursaries in languages, and also the NAC do offer bursaries for students pursuing arts qualifications for local and international studies. And there is a criteria for eligibility around the applications thereof. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Mutambi.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable
Sorry,
Tetwa.
through you, Chair. You see, on the issue of bursaries in the arts and culture, Minister, you need to zoom into that space. I'll tell you why I'm saying this. When they speak of qualifications in arts, it's music that relates to opera music. Nothing about our indigenous music. There's no institution that teaches how to play a guitar of Mpaqanga music or Statamia or whatever. And that is what I asked in relation to this in terms of preservation, because we cannot expect these indigenous cultures and music to be preserved when we are not putting any effort in the development. There's jobs to be created even in the making of indigenous instruments. No child is being taught how to make an imbira. So our development is always towards the Western cultures as opposed to our own culture. That is my last departing. Sorry, Honorable Mtambi.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mtambi, following by Honorable Mataung, following by Honorable Khabo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. Minister, unlike Honorable Mutetwa, I thank God that you are the minister and I'm serving in the committee. Let's then deal with this issue of the rollout of sports equipment in provinces. You have reported that you have done that in Gauteng, Northwest, and the Western Cape. It will be important for you to share with us when is the rollout to the other remaining provinces. And then for us to also understand what informs these decisions as to where to deliver this equipment. Then the other issue that I want to deal with is the process issue, Chair. With regard to the two sets of presentation, the last quarter report and the first quarter report. When you read the presentation, there are some blank pages, especially in the non-performance. I've seen in some of the presentation, there's no reasons for deviation. It's blank. Also, the issue with regard to corrective action. That renders those presentations incomplete unless to us it's just a malicious compliance because these are the things that they need to be put on those, especially on the non-performance side. The reasons for deviation, including the corrective actions. On that, I'll propose that this presentation should be updated, Chair, and for purpose of our record. I know she was talking to some of the issues, the Director General, but it is important that those things are documented in the actual document itself. Having said that, Chair, in your opening remarks, you have raised some serious issues, and the DG, as she was responding to some of the issues, she kept on saying that there are adjustments of some of the indicators. You will recall that we have adopted your APP as a department, including the strike plan. So any adjustment without informing Parliament, as the chairperson has rightfully said, that is unilateral changes. It undermines accountability. So I want to implore the DG, whenever there are discussions, then if there are any changes, that should be addressed to the chairperson, to the Parliament, so that we are all and you are supposed to also submit that adjusted or amended for Parliament as approval. So, because the other reason that I raise is that I've got an issue that I want to also raise, Chair, on the issue of the Artists in Schools program. Yes, the program, you are saying you had a problem with the implementing agent, DG, and that's the reason why you put the program in abeyance, and is the reason why it's not reflecting on the KPI. But then the question that comes, you have shared with us the memorandum that you have signed with the Department of Basic Education. And then why have you then included it there in the memorandum, whereas you definitely knew that there was no ongoing monitoring and evaluation of these programs at school? So that's the issue that one wanted to raise. And then also the issue that because the AG has raised this issue, why didn't you address the issues as raised by the AG and then you continue with the program? I'm also raising this, DG. I wonder if you have taken time to also remember we have approved your budget as Parliament, and there were almost 17 recommendations on the adopted budget vote report that as Parliament and members we debated on them as we're dealing with the budget votes. And then our expectation was that as you present this first quarterly report, you'll filter all those issues as raised by Parliament. The other matter, Chair, I know is on the agenda for Friday, this issue of the VR and stuff. I think I'll reserve my comments to that until we meet on Friday. But coming also to the main issues around the Federation support, Chair, can the department maybe provide us as a committee with a written record of the criteria, process, and rationale used to determine the current funding allocations, particularly the decision to withhold or reduce the funding to National Sports Organization and the Umbrella Board? And then also one would like to know why has the ministry encouraged individual national federations to engage directly with the Office for Sponsorship and Funding Support and then exclude their legally recognized umbrella body? We are raising this because also at the same time, we have got reports here as a follow-up on the question that we raised to say, then their allocation that is made for this federation, that include also Love Life. And then why can't you release the allocation, this provision that are made by National Treasury? Because where we are seated, I hope the DG as an accounting officer understand that there are serious implications for monies being withheld. And then also the other issue is that is the budget that is approved and then you are withholding the money. Maybe you can explain this to us so that we can also then be on par with you. And then the other issue that one want to get clarity on, Chair, given the opportunity, I want to also understand with regard to all this. I like the spirit of the minister. You bring a lot of a breath of fresh hope. Secondly, also there are decisions that are taken. But when this decision are taken, I want to also understand how do they align with the obligation of the Sports and Recreation Act, the Amendment Bill, and the National Development Plan's vision for sport as a catalyst for youth development and social cohesion. And then also, maybe the minister, you must also share with us this new vision of or plans that explain this, because as and when we're hearing you making pronouncement, but we also need to understand also as a committee this new vision, because also as and when you engage with the public, we must be at par with you. And then also the other issue that one want to understand, it's with regard to all those written communication that you have issued to the federations. Because you know we are in a very litigious sector. Others might opt minister to take you to court, and then the question that arises, you know, under the Promotion of Just Administration Act, when you are withholding money, there are processes that you could have followed, also reasons for withholding the funding decision. And then also the other issue that one want to talk on, Chair, after having said all this, is around there is a slide that on RDPP 2.6 with regard to the targets that were supposed to on recreation and sports promotion. In Q1, you were supposed to have achieved 52, and then you only achieved 20. And the reasons for there, at least the reason for the variance, you indicated that you wrote to the provinces to stop, and then later on you told them to continue. So these are the issues that we are saying. When you put on targets, normally we always say they should be smart. And then when you present them to us as the legislature, no one is coercing them. These are the things that you said they are going to you are going to do, and they are doable. And then once then you don't do them, it raises a lot of concern, Chair. And then to an extent that then we are going to have serious challenges, especially if you present an APP and you decide to deviate from it. I should think you need to follow the due processes, as I've indicated earlier. There are processes. You don't just go after you've presented all your plans to Parliament and you go and change them without getting also a concurrence from the legislature. These are the issues that, Chair, I felt one need to raise. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mtambi. The department.
Chair, can I go first?
Yes, Minister, please.
I just want to say to the department before they even answer, there's so many things we have to onboard what the honorable member, Faith Mtambi has said. So in the answering all the different points, I'm sitting here amazed at some of the points that has been raised, which I think we should onboard or emulate or learn from. But I'm going to listen because I have missed half of it. I'm going to listen to the department. If there's anything else, I'll come in. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thanks, Minister. The department.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. We will then respond to the question. There is a reference to the 17 recommendations subsequent to the budget vote. We would like to receive that, Chair. I have not received those 17 recommendations. We would then indeed respond to each and every one of those 17 recommendations as referred to by the Honourable Member. In terms of the signing of the MOU with DBE and why the Artist in Schools program was included, Honourable Member, it's basically because the MOU was signed around September, October. I don't have the date here. It was in the 2024-25 financial year when the Artist in Schools program was in place. When a decision for a review of this particular program was made. It then informed the 25-26 financial year. But as we said earlier on, it's not a decision that says we are cancelling the program completely and will never do the program again. However, it's in recognition of the trends that have and the concerns that have been picked up, and giving ourselves time to address those particular findings. And the report that we are making reference to that came from AG would be contained in the 24-25 management plan or management report that was provided by the AG. And as indicated by the acting chief director earlier on, we are in the process of implementation of those recommendations, including legal action around the implementing agents that are found to be non-compliant and recovery of monies. The chief director had responded to that. I would ask that maybe starting with Deboho, we can quickly deal with the issues raised by the honorable member on issues of federations and sport. And then CFO, if you could also come in with specific responses again on the questions raised on budget and the review. Thanks, Deboho.
DG,
Thank you so much.
before Tebogo is going to respond, can you deal with the issue of record of criteria that Honorable Mutambi has mentioned? And also, whether that linked to the 16 priority codes that you have. She also requested that such list of the record of criteria be submitted.
Okay. No, Chair, with the first one around the rollout of equipment, I think what Minister was indicating was a rollout of where we have been with Minister in terms of rolling out. However, MECs as well have been rolling out equipment and providing equipment and attire. We do have a regular report on that. So meaning the consolidation of the amount of equipment and attire that has been provided at a scale in provinces has been is there, and will provide a feedback in terms of how many schools and clubs have benefited from such. So in addition, Minister has put up those additional ones that he has indicated that we've added further as a department as well to support. With regard to the criteria to fund the federations, we will share the criteria, but in general, it is not limited to the 16 sporting codes. It is all the federations that are eligible to receive allocations from the department. And obviously, Chair, I think one of the most driving thing there is that you must understand that we only have so much funding and so many federations. So we're trying to ensure that at least each federation does receive a portion of the allocation, and with the intended efforts also improve our funding with some of the federations where we see that there's an underfunding. With regard to the engagement with the federations without SASCOC, I think what Minister has been doing as well is to ensure that each federation receive a dedicated meeting and not having a via meeting. As indicated earlier, some of the federations meet the executive for the first time, and I think it has been a worthy experience from many of them that have met the minister, especially with regard to their specific programs. The issue of the indicator RDSP 2.6 with a target of 52 having achieved 20, we have indicated that there was a moment where we had to pause in order to rearrange, because let me explain this around that particular issue. This has to do with school sport implementation. And what has been happening in school sport over many years is that as a national department of sport, co-implementing with education, we had delimitation of responsibilities, meaning DBE was responsible for in-school and inter-school and cluster program, and we were responsible for district, national, provincial, and national competitions. So the change that we introducing this year as part of the implementation is that we are found criticized all the time about our inability to reach ordinary schools at the local level and provide programs. And those interventions, we required the intervention of minister and deputy minister to ensure that with our funding, we don't direct it to events, but we direct it to regular participation program at a local level. And that is what delayed and that what cost us to have a pause to say we can't continue with the situation as it is before. As a national department, we are held accountable for implementation of school sport at a lower level. And hence, one of the things that needed to happen was to conclude in various provinces consultations with various stakeholders to agree and buy into this idea that the department directly can intervene and assist local schools as opposed to waiting for them at a district when many schools have been missed already through competitions. So that's what caused the delay. So we will see this now expanding and expatiating to a multiplier effect because we want to roll out as many programs as possible at the local level than national programs and provincial programs. I thought I should pause here with that. Maybe CFO would assist with the one of the Love Life. Thank you.
Before you go, how does this coincide with local government and their role and towards the communities also being budgeted for?
Chair, from the budget point of view, that is another sphere of government that, as you know, constitutionally, sport is a concurrent function.
Okay,
so
fine.
each sphere is expected to make provisions. We're speaking about what we make provision for. Thanks.
I'm happy.
Thank you, Chair. CFO.
No, thanks, Chair. The issue, maybe let me start with the issue of the federation budget, which I've explained. I'll try to explain it further, Chair.
It's fine. It has been dealt with.
Okay.
We will receive a list of that as well.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair. Maybe just then to zoom in straight on the life issue, because it was also raised. The life issue, Chair, as you know from previous discussion, the lifeline, even today, they have not 100% complied. And then the view of the department, including the compliance issues, we cannot give them money, they don't comply. And then on overall, the issue of withholding is based strictly on the issue of non-compliance. As you know that there's a treasury regulation, including transfer payment elements, that if you transfer money and that money cannot be accounted for, it becomes non-compliance on the side of the department. That is why we even today, Chair, we are still trying to address that issue with the AG, a biggest problem in the department, given that most of our budgets sit under transfer payment. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Any final comment, Dr. Kumalo? Love Life is more than a year. We set in good hope and there was no compliance. So I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, Chair, I wanted just to add on the first part of the question that came from Honorable Mutambi. We've noted
Blank
that
pages.
yes, the blank pages. In terms of the format of reporting, Chair, where we were supposed to deliver 15 and we delivered 15, we don't put reasons for deviation there because there is no deviation and there is no further action. However,
Chair, can I come in? I mean on where there are deviation, not where there's no deviation. There are instances where I've picked up where there's deviation, where you didn't deliver. I'm not talking about where you delivered.
that's why I'm going, Honorable Member. So the first one is where there is no deviation, where you would then not find anything against that particular column. Where there is a deviation, it could be either an upward deviation. We would then provide a reason for the over achievement. But where there is an under, which will be red in terms of the color coding that we use, we will then provide both a reason for deviation and corrective action. Where we are then not providing anything is in the blue spaces, where we were saying there are targets that are due for reporting, which are either in green or in red. In instances where it's not due for reporting, we are keeping track and we are providing information, because at that stage, there wouldn't be identification of a deviation as it was not due for reporting. However, having said that, we would, as the honorable member has requested, then go back to our report. And if there are gaps, I'm outlining the format that we use. If there are gaps in terms of that format, we will then enhance the presentation as has been requested. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think we've dealt with most, if not all, of the questions. Honorable Mutambi, you happy? Can I proceed to Honorable Mataung? The Honorable Mataung.
Thank you very much, Chair. At last. Okay. I have a few questions. The first question is more based on, I would love to know from the Minister, can he explain to me the lack of direct accountability for the 6 sub-programs under administration while millions are spent on accountants, travel, and executive packs? And the second question is, can he also clarify the reasons why they're reducing DSAC's performance indicators year by year, while delivery remains the same? Can he also identify all the officials who approve the spendings on the 41 sports and recreation programs in Q1 with no approved target in that were taking place? Another one, in all the things that they have approved, I just want to find out, can they confirm how many disabled schools and rural township schools that were included in the 71 clubs and hubs that received all the equipments? Can they also table the exact number of disabled learners who participated in the National School Sports Championships and list the codes by them? And can they also account for the decision of underspending for the millions in Q1 while overspending in the micro Vodacom softwares and the democracy celebration? And one other thing that I wanted to find out again is when you was talking about that they handed over equipments to communities, the likes of could be your hockey sticks and everything. How can you hand over hockey sticks in a location whereby there's no hockey fields? So same applies to the schools. If there's no hockey field in the school, why do you hand over those equipment? And when you hand over those equipment, do you on site, do you leave practitioners that will be able to teach these kids how to play hockey? And if they are, can we get an evidence based to say, have they started? What have they done? And which school competition have these schools participated on? And are the schools that are benefiting, are the Lazarus schools or the same schools in your rural areas, they get the same equipments so that they can be able to participate in those levels? Another one, okay. Lastly, is it able for the minister not to protect some of his people who have done wrong, because it seems like it's getting into a norm whereby when we see that there's an issue at hand here and we find that there's a problem, we always try to come and brush things aside and try to protect people that they're on the wrong side. What is it doing about those people? Because at the end of the day, we're spending a lot of money here. If you can see, there's about 607 billions that have been spent, but there's no one that is accountable for all those monies, and we don't even have your your reports at the same time. So can we deliberate on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mataung. Very important questions. The department.
All right, I'll go first, Chair.
Please do so, Minister.
All right, thank you, Chair. Let me start with the issue where the Honorable Member says that I'm protecting wrongdoing. He must be specific and mention which wrongdoing. I can't accept blanket accusation where I myself is wondering which wrongdoing am I always rushing in to protect. Yes, where I feel that members of the department are targeted unfairly or incorrectly, I will speak up. Where I feel if the minister, they are wrong, I will take action. In as far as the black and rural schools he's referring to, we don't go into a community and just call people and say, here is hockey sticks, here is tennis sticks. No, we do it in conjunction with the MEC, in conjunction with the MMC, and we call the schools in the region. So by demographics of South Africa, it is safe to say that the majority of those schools shall always be black schools because of the black people are in the majority. African black is in the majority. So we'll go, for instance, to Randfontein, Musakeng area, and we say 70 schools in this radius, in this area must come and receive. It also answers this question about teachers. Teachers are there, which teaches hockey at the school. Teachers are there, which teaches tennis, for instance. But I also would like to add, Honorable Chair, that the issue of sometimes waiting first for there to be a hockey field, we are busy with this Combicode rollout, and that is multi-use. Not only one sporting court, it's basketball, it's volleyball, it is five-a-side. They use it for multiple sporting courts. And the issue of disabled, I, for one, am a big advocate that all combi courts that we build should be disabled friendly, for a lack of a better word. I am very, very keen on that. Then, in as far as the issues of the department is concerned, the CFO is here. I want him to answer the issue where it is being spoken about monies and stuff like that, because he works with it, and he's the type of CEO that when I ask him, can we do this, he'll say, no, that's not allowed. He's that type of CEO. The Act doesn't allow that. So maybe those questions, but I just needed to answer the question of the Honorable. I think I've answered all of them from my side. The department can answer the rest. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. But maybe just to start off, we had responded to the question, Chair, on the reduction of KPIs. We can resend that document again, perhaps where we did a comparative analysis. In terms of the direct accountability on the 6, I think Honorable Member, assuming that was talking about the one on Program 1, which was 6 and 1 achieved. And there is no official that can be, in this case, held accountable. We did explain the reasons why the Izimbizo's approach was reconfigured. Teboho will then add to some of the questions. Minister had also started addressing those. Teboho is adding. Chair, thank you. Through you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Chair, when it comes to the provision of equipment and attire to the schools, the actual breakdown of which schools actually receive what attire, and in particular, the disabled, how many disabled schools benefited. I would be able to delineate that, I think, not in this meeting, but we can send further that information. But what I want to indicate, Chair, is that South Africa has got a limited number of schools with disability. Province like Free State has got 2, Northern Cape does not have a school, Northwest does not have a school. So some of them are concentrated in they are concentrated in particular provinces. But when that happens, I think we will be able to delineate that part. Secondly, the 2 championships that we've held to date, and I think maybe just focusing on Q1 championships, which were held in Bloemfontein, both swimming and athletics. Chair, we have in both championships categories that deals with what we call SASA II. These are intellectually impaired learners who are participating in both championships. So are the physically disabled learners as well. But in this instance, the physically disabled would have a separate competition, which usually takes place in March. So we had in those 2 sporting codes, learners who are intellectually impaired, who participated in both swimming and athletics during the autumn championships that were held in Bloemfontein. Further details as well with the report we can share with the member in that regard. I think Minister has answered the issue of the hockey and handover of that in other areas. Generally, our program is targeted at ensuring that we build enough human resources capacity. We have training that is conducted, and we're talking not just ordinary training, but specific accredited training that empowers the beneficiaries to even take their training further, so that they can then become self-sustainable and independent when we do our training through conditional grant in various provinces, in various sporting codes, both for refereeing and for coaching, so that there is capacity in the system across all sporting codes that we deliver on. So even that information of how many people we trained, even in the first quarter, is there, and we can share with the members as well. Thank you.
Yeah, on a lighter note, honorable members, the issue raised by Honorable Matawung on the mismatch and discrepancy between equipment and these hockey sticks. We must ensure that there is a field to play. We don't want them to use these hockey sticks as pangas and fight there in the field out there. Thank you. Honorable Matawung, are you happy? You still live?
Yes, last question. I just wanted to find out if the minister will hold the senior officials accountable for the repeated failure to finalize the contracts and agreements on time. Thank you.
Minister?
I just want to say that, when a minister gets appointed, the first thought that goes through his mind is that the staff there will sabotage him and they are against him, and people might not admit that, but that's the truth. And that's why you see so much turnover of staff. But when I took over, I had an open mind, and what I found, in my opinion, one of the greatest people I've worked with in the corporate world. The people are really eager to learn, they are honest. But if any one of them has to step out of line, I'll be the first to. Hence, you see the ADG was then the ADG, today she's the DG, because I've got full faith in her. The CFO got full faith in them. But if any one of them has to step out of line, I'm not going to risk my political career for officials. That I'm not going to do. To protect people that I found there, that's not what I'm going to do. But this far, I am more than impressed, listening to the problems of other ministers. Thank you very much. I don't have those problems, but I will act if I need to act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Mackenzie. I'm now going to call on our final speaker, and that will be the Honorable Kabo. Honorable Kabo, please unmute.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for I hope I'm visible. Thanks, Chair. Let me appreciate the first quarter report. And let me also take note of the fact that the department, in terms of the APPs and indicators set aside, the performance is quite impressive, even though one would argue that we should be able to be impressed by the level of impact that we are doing at the ground level, specifically in areas that are trapped in the rural parts of this country. Chair, I'm raising this because of the presentation that we have received is a clear demonstration of a mixed performance profile, rather, if one could put it that way, where we have an overall spending of 19.3 as compared to the 25%, which would be our quarterly target. And that on its own raises eyebrows, specifically when we also appreciate the 88% achievement in terms of the performance indicators. But as much as we appreciate the 88% of the performance, one has serious issues on and around the statement that was uttered in this meeting. Firstly, the DG in their presentation, it was indicated that there are some indicators that has been reviewed. And in a way, I'm not sure if I understood the presentation correctly. They are saying that they've in a way reviewed the APPs. And if that is the case, Chair, I would want to check with the department in terms of the procedure that they had followed in making sure that they review or the outline prescribed framework. My understanding is that these APPs are approved by Parliament, like Honorable Motambi has indicated. Therefore, it will be Parliament that will have to review it. I've noted this thing happening in the third quarter of the previous financial year, or the fourth quarter, if not mistaken. So I'd like to get clarity from the department if I'd heard them correctly, and if indeed they've reviewed the departmental APPs, which process have they followed, whether they've done it in line with the prescribed legal framework. I'll stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
The department.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, we did follow the procedure, but I would like Siti Mahlobo to just outline the procedure that was followed. The APP that we are saying was reviewed is the 25-26 APP, and the process right up to submission for tabling was followed. Siti Mahlobo.
Thank you, teacher. The APP that was reviewed, it was for last financial year, 2024-25. It was submitted to Parliament for tabling. It did follow the process that we have to comply with as a department, and we did get a confirmation from Parliament that it was tabled with the clerk of papers in Parliament. The current APP has not been reviewed as submitted to the Portfolio Committee. So the first quarter report is a true reflection of the APP that was presented to the Portfolio Committee and accepted by the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks. Let me rather maybe start with my first question that I'll direct to the Minister. Honorable Mackenzie, over the weekend, we were bombarded as members of the South African citizens through different media platforms with an information that indicates that the department has allocated 81 million for the implementation of VAR. I would like to check with you, maybe just remind me as to whether was this 81 million that has been indicated part of the approved budget. Let me stop there, Chair.
Minister Mackenzie, may I apologize? I did not indicate that Honorable Kabo will join us late. The issue has been raised, the question has been asked, but you are welcome just to fill in the member again. Is the Minister still with us? Dr. Kumalo, you may respond.
The minister did respond. I'm just trying to capture, as he had actually indicated. The minister did indicate the issues around VAR. He did indicate engagements that have happened also with SAFA, and that the process is being driven by SAFA, but also indicated in terms of why this particular intervention was being prioritized as per meeting the standards that we are seeing being met also in other countries that we are in competition with. I'm just summarizing, Chairperson, the response that came through.
Chairperson, maybe we might have responded to this issue before, but my question is simple and straightforward, and it requires either a yes or a no. Was the 81 million allocated by the department to VAR as per the media reports? It has been indicated in different media platforms that the department has allocated 81 million for the implementation of VAR. My question is simple. Did this 81 million, or was this 81 million part of the approved budget on the current financial year?
Thank you, thank you, Chairperson. Can the CFO then address the question? It's been made specific. Thank you, Honorable Member Khab.
No, thanks very much, Chair, through you and also Honorable Khabo. In the current budget that was tabled at Parliament, you have an allocation there of about 98 million. And that 98 million is money that go to federations. So it's not specific. Foreign case does not break down the SAFA, the wara, but that is what go to federation. So that also that budget is an earmark fund, meaning that for you to move or to reduce that budget or increase it, you'll need a treasury approval. As you know that the budget was only approved in August, so meaning that the original budget still stands. But what is to able to reprioritize what is within that budget that was approved, meaning that you don't need a treasury approval because it's the money that is already been allocated, as long as you are not changing the money, or you are taking the money outside the federation. So when we did a review and the priorities of the 7 administration, as you know that the MDDP was approved in March, but the budget process was approved in February. So, but when we do the alignment between the two, then one of the things that we're supposed to prioritize or reprioritize, it was VAR. So what we did then, we reduced a baseline on the federations. But even though you are reducing federation baseline, because only about 40 million within that 89 million goes to VAR, you are still within the federation budget, earmark fund, but you are not taking out. So the remaining portion to make it to 80 million, that is the portion that now, because the process is open, the budget has been signed off, we have now sent the request to National Treasury to request now to top up, like I was saying, with the earmark fund. For you to increase, you need Treasury approval. So that is what we are doing currently. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, CFO, for the response. One of the recommendations that we had done when we were dealing with the approval of the budget was a clear indication of which program or project specifically that we were going to do. And I'm raising this because of we had said that we must avoid having a budget that is having items that are clouded under one item. Now you are speaking of a federation support or a budget vote for federation support of 98 million. Now I want to check with you. Are you saying that out of that 98 million, you are going to take 80 million for the VAR implementation? Is that what you are saying? And I want to check with you. Was the VAR implementation, as much as it was approved, was it part of the plan for you to have 80 million set aside? Because that's not what you said when we dealt with the approval of the budget. Let me firstly start with this part. Are you saying that out of 98 million meant for federations support, 81 million is going to be set aside for the implementation of VAR?
Honorable Kabo, I just want to add, so the letters the federations has received, if I can use the word, 44 million has been stolen from them. Am I right?
Chair, maybe not the word stolen. I'm going to try to go a step backward. I've explained that for in case once the budget get approved, there are mechanisms that you can use to move money around. And that is got limitations.
Yes, Honorable Khabu, then at the time approving this with the DSEC, has he been misled as a member of parliament? Has the committee been misled approving having rebuttals over a budget presented by DSEC? Has we been misled?
Chair, there is no misled, Chair. And that is why we need to go back to what was then approved in terms of cabinet, which we then received the allocation letter as a department. And within that allocation letter, you will then have what they called your normal equitable share, your conditional grant, and your earmark fund. And within that allocation, like I was saying, then you'll have a earmark fund that goes to federations. And that budget is based on the support to federation, like Mr. Khawa was saying. And is the departmental priorities or discretion to say how much it allocate to those federations. So we have not changed what has been tabled by government, by parliament, and also that was presented by the minister during when we were presenting our budget for 25-26. So that amount still stands as 89 million for the federations. But within the federation, SAFA is part of that. It's not outside the federation. So, which we have also communicated even when we are presenting the budget, that we're going to reprioritize some of those budgets to accommodate VAR.
Who's this we? Who's this way? Whose prerogative is it to prioritize?
Is a departmental prioritize. Is a departmental process, Chair.
Is it not the DG?
Yes, the DG. It's not DG per se. Is powers that is given in terms of treasury regulation and budget management. The accounting officer can able to reprioritize the budget together with the priorities of the minister.
Honorable Khabu, proceed with your interrogation. It is now for the first time that we hear the truth. Haven't you have asked these questions?
Chairperson, when we approved the budget, I said that we must refuse to give the department a blank check. And this is what I was referring to. Because we went to a meeting, we were given a budget vote of 98 million of federation support. But we were never taken into confidence as a committee that is expected to approve this budget for it to be presented before Parliament. It means that the department, in a way, has misled us. Because from where yes, they've misled us. Because from where we're sitting, we know that the 98 million is expected to provide the support to different federations. It was never brought to us that out of the 98 million, SAFA would be prioritized in such a way that a large portion or a large chunk of the federation support will be channeled to one federation. Not to mention, Chairperson, not to mention the financial situation of SAFA. We have seen in the past, or it has been brought to our indication in the past, that SAFA was so much in financial shambles to an extent that the department had to intervene and bail them out. Why would we do that. That's why my issue is not the implementation of VAR, Chairperson. And I would want us to be understood properly, and I would want South Africans to understand us. We don't have a problem with the implementation of VAR. What we have a problem is the process that is being followed in implementing this VAR. There seems to be a sinister agenda on and around the implementation of this VAR. Now, that's why my question was the 81 million clearly allocated or clearly indicated in the approved budget? Because part of our argument when we were approving the budget, it was the SMART principle, Chairperson. It was one of the recommendations that we have done. SMART principles give us indicators that will be able to be that are clear, that will be able to be measurable. How would we be able to measure the implementation or the correct spending of the 89 million when from the onset we are not clearly indicated as to how is the department intending to spend this 89 million? It is my argument, and the argument that I still maintain, that the department has a tendency of presenting things that are quite technical, creating a leeway for them to spend money of the public in a way that does not reflect transparency in some processes. The response that I'm getting from the CFO is that indeed the 81 million that has been given to SAFA, or that has been set aside for the VAR, was not indicated on the approved budget, meaning that it was not set aside as a budget vote like we had requested. It is for that reason that I said that the department has taken us in for a ride, and in a way the department has misled us. The department must take responsibility of that decision that they've done, Chairperson. And it is my proposal that I'm not sure, I'm not getting any clarity in terms of the question that I've posed in terms of the VAR implementation. It cannot be, Chairperson, that we wake up one morning as a member of this portfolio, you go through the newspapers, you are told that the department has allocated 81 million. Unless they are saying that what has been reported in the public space, it's a lie. And if it is a lie, why haven't they refuted that lie? Because the explanation that the CFO is providing of 30 million vis-a-vis 81 million, that's not what the public knows. And that's not what we know also. Chairperson, I would like to pause there and seek clarity in terms of issues that I've raised. CFO must not give us an explanation.
No, let's stay, Honorable Khabo, let's stay on this issue. You have scratched a very nice surface now. You know, the money has been approved. We debate as a portfolio committee. We make recommendations. The budget has been approved under the impression that this federation is going to get that, and that federation is going to get that amount of money. And days, 1 or 2 or 3 days before we officially as parliamentarians approve the budget, the entire budget, entities, federations received a bullying letter being told, you are getting 400,000 rand less, you are getting R1 million less, you are getting nothing. SASCO has been told, you are getting nothing because we have given you something for whatever affair up north in Africa. So, you know, for me now, only to find that, yes, this was the agenda to make way for SAFA that is in such a mess, for SAFA that has been bailed out, and now we as South Africans must now support SAFA. SAFA must, they must come to the party themselves. They can't even sort out their own house. Let's stay on this issue. There's 2 members. Only if you want to speak on this issue, I'm going to allow you. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Honorable Khabo. But let's deal with the issue. Honorable Potgieter, Honorable, who's that? Honorable?
No, that is my...
No, I think it's a member.
CFO,
Honorable Potgieter, if it's on this, please speak on this issue.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with the Honourable Khabo. I asked specifically earlier whether or not funds had been reallocated from where they were originally intended. And the answer was a definitive no. And I feel like I've just listened to 10 minutes of being given a runaround and a non-explanation, and as if we are being ridiculous for not understanding that officials can move money around based on some principle I'm not even certain exists. and we are expected to just accept that. So for my part, I would like to understand under what conditions and to what extent or amount can the department move funds around without informing the portfolio committee and without amending the budget as it stands? Thanks.
Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I just want to check. I remember the last time when we have a meeting with SAFA, we were told that the budget for this VAR, it's at 50 million. And by that time, we asked where does the 50 million came from, and we were not given an explanation. But come now, the budget is at 81 million, and still we don't get an explanation where does the 81 million came from. And also one thing that we've made it clear is that SAFA must also assist in coming to the party of getting the VAR. It can't just fold their arms and do nothing, whereas we know very well that they are under a very severe financial distress. So we need to know from 50 and now to 81 million, exactly how much does this VAR cost, Chairperson? Like as Honorable Khabu has said, we are not against the VAR at all. We are not against the VAR, but all that we want is transparency, to be clear on how much are we spending on this VAR. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, I'm facing a very huge challenge now. We are having a 3-line whip. It is questions to the president, and it's 10 to 2.
Chair, can I just have 1 minute and a half?
Please, Minister, please speak to this issue.
All right, let me just deal with 3 points very quickly because I understand I also need to go. My apologies, my phone went flat. Number 1, Chair. Nobody has ever tried to hide anything from anybody. Number 2, we all talk about SAFA. SAFA is just, according to FIFA rules, the implementing agent. But the PSL is part of this. The soccer-loving nation is part of this. So it's not just money in SAFA's account. In fact, this money would go past SAFA into the service provider. So, but it's also the PSL involved and soccer as a whole in our country, including international soccer and African soccer. The third point I want to raise is that our constitutional legislation make provision for reprioritizing funds. Why is it being spoken like we are the first department to ever do that? Then the second last point, you know, Chair, there's this issue, for instance, I'll use netball. Netball used to get 2 million. Now netball will be getting 3 million. We don't come from a minimalist mindset. We know we're going to raise money. The corporate sector is knocking on our doors. So there are different ways, like they're going to Gibraltar now. We're giving that. And lastly, Chair, I just want to say something. We never...
We are losing you, Minister. Honorable members,
for a moment, even wanted to... And I take great exception. Stolen. It's like you're casting aspersions on everyone in the department, like we are a bunch of thieves. Your choice of words, I think, is very unfortunate for a chairperson. You say we have stolen.
Minister, my apologies. My apologies. We've lost you. What I actually meant was taking Rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't have a problem with what is happening with VAR. The problem that the committee have is a problem with the process. Minister, I have to, unfortunately, Honorable Khabo, I have taken most of your time. If you have further any other questions, I would really appreciate and request you to submit that in writing.
I'll do that, Chairperson. I'll do that, but we must note that on issues that we have raised in terms of VAR implementation and how it is being funded, the minister is not responding to that. Rather, the minister is telling us that they are not the first department to shift money. That is not our problem if the other committee is not playing their oversight in terms of the department. So we are not going to be treated in that way. The minister is not going to dismiss us as if we are not playing our role here as parliamentarians in terms of oversight. It cannot be that we wake up in the morning and we are told that 81 million is going to fund VAR implementation, when ourselves as legislators, people who have approved this budget, know nothing about this thing. So the minister will have to come back and resolve this matter and provide more clarity and give us a detail in terms of the implementation of VAR and not dismiss us. The minister must avoid dismissing us, and we are more than willing to work together in resolving some of this problem. But my problem is that the minister, in some instance, when he responds, he has this tendency of thinking that we've got a problem with him, or we've got a problem with the department generally, when we are just doing our work in terms of playing oversight on the process followed. Thank you very much, and I'll submit them in writing.
Thanks, Honorable Khabo. Honorable members, I don't want to be in trouble with the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Frolick. I have to close this meeting. Members still have to join the Parliament session. We do have the professional staff that has taken some of the minutes. I just want to add a few quick things, is that we need to see the funding model with particular reference to athletes, and then also if there is a possibility on program 4, 2.7 billion rand, if we can, in due course, not now, Dr. Kumalo, sometime get a program breakdown of that particular program. And like Honorable Khabo said, we are indeed playing our oversight role and our interest in issues that have a long-term impact. There is an outcry there, not from us, from the federations pertaining to the monies that has been cut, and we have only learned today what the real reasons is and what the real reasons is behind the concept of doing so. I want to put it on record that this committee has nothing against the VAR. We do have against the process on how things has been marked and earmarked, and also that the confidence and the trust of the portfolio committee has not been taken into consideration. I will now declare this meeting as closed. Honorable Khabo.
Chair, it's the minister. I just want to say whatever you said now, I disagree. You are not going to say you have the real reasons. That we cannot let stand. I disagree with you, but because of time, we'll come back and we can argue this thing. But I want the record to state that I disagree with what you just said. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for everyone's time. I think we need another platform to have a discussion on the future and working relationship when it comes to issues of this nature. Thank you, honorable members. I am now declare this meeting as closed.
Thank you.
Because we have strong station commissioners.